Tonight, we stand together, not just as individuals, but as a united force. Tonight, we stand for those who cannot stand for themselves, for Chayla Yisroel, for the sick, the suffering, the ones who need our help the most. We gather here tonight.
When you're at your chuppah and you're saying Hariyat Makudeshes, you're going to be married to this person. Your vision is we're going to grow old together, you're going to build a family. And you know there's going to be curveballs on the way, but you never think it's going to be something as an illness.
Hearing my wife on the other end telling me that he's being wheeled into surgery, emergency surgery, it doesn't look good, it might be cancer. I was flying down the highway, just bawling. These are arguably the darkest, most painful, most difficult days that a parent or parents go through.
Probably about 2.5 years ago, she went into the doctor and the doctor said, you have strep throat, but I want you to get checked out. Your lymph nodes are a little swollen. We sort of forgot about it. Beginning of January, we went on a trip to Florida and her grandmother looks at her and she says, Michal, you have something on your neck. You have to get it checked out.
And when we turned to doctors for guidance about where do they think this could go, they didn't have good answers for us.
When it's a loved one, you sort of are in denial that no, it can't be. But then eventually went for a biopsy, and that's when the actual diagnosis came back that it was Hodgkin's. It was a shock to me. I lost it. I just couldn't believe it. Like, you hear about cancer hitting people and you never think it's gonna happen.
It was February 12, 2012. I was fully employed after I had gone through some surgeries and we racked up an exorbitant medical bill. I was terminated from that position.
My wife was strong. She says, don't worry, we'll get through it, it'll be fine. But as the father and as the husband, you're worried, you have to figure this out now.
Word got out that I was terminated, and somehow somebody connected us with Rccs.
My wife spoke to her college teacher. She said, there's an organization out there called Rccs, give them a call. There's a lot in cancer. There's so many different types, so many different doctors. It's a maze.
Rccs stepped up very, very quickly, asked me to send some materials over. Got back to us, I think, in about a week that we were approved.
She ended up speaking to a woman who was working there. When she actually came over the night after, just brought over a kugel and said, don't worry, we're gonna get you through all this. And that's when we started, really deciding what hospital to go to. We weren't sure which doctors to use. Rccs was very helpful.
The idea of not having just access to quality medical care and the thought of having to go bankrupt or mortgage the house to pay for that can be unbearable.
Then I reached out to Rccs and, they asked me, well, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a nursing home administrator. I said, yeah, I think I'll be okay. I have good insurance. And I clearly remember the woman saying to me, she says, we're going to help you out because you don't realize the cost of medical expenses.
Having an organization like Rccs that just takes that burden off of a family, that they don't have to worry about the health insurance, so that they can just do what they need to do for their kid. There are no words to describe how important that is.
As she started the chemo, they said to her, you're going to be very prone to infection. We need you to stay away from young kids and people who aren't feeling well. My son Yitzi understood that his mother was sick. She couldn't be with him the whole time, the same type of mommy he was used to. Where's mommy? Mommy's sleeping, mommy's not feeling well, and mommy's in bed. Racheli, she just asked for her mommy, and her mommy wasn't there, and it was a very traumatic experience for her. When you make that first phone call and the warmth that greets you with the women who are answering the phones and they're your shoulder to lean on, to cry on, and just to have people who know what's going on in that medical field and where are you going to run into issues and anything they can smooth out. It's a very hard, trying time. You want to have your support group, and Rccs offered that.
Rccs ended up paying the insurance for about 21 months.
It ended up really being a lifesaver because it was one less thing for me to have on my plate. My wife is bleeding on her, she's doing well, and things have gotten back to normal.
Zakai is a very active kid. He plays basketball right outside our house a lot. He's involved in PAL hockey here in town. Absolutely loves it.
Rccs doesn't have a huge payroll. These people are volunteering their time, their effort to make sure that people are given the 100% best treatment they can possibly get.
Let's go.
This is the organization that single-handedly saves people's lives. I don't think I'd be the same person, my wife would be the same person without Rccs.
The possibility of one of your kids not making it and having the ability to rush him into an emergency surgery under the Rccs funded insurance. There's no doubt about it that it saved his life.
When you're at your chuppah and you're saying Hariyat Makudeshes, you're going to be married to this person. Your vision is we're going to grow old together, you're going to build a family, and you know there's going to be curveballs on the way, but you never think it's going to be something as an illness.
Hearing my wife on the other end telling me that he's being wheeled into surgery, emergency surgery, it doesn't look good, it might be cancer. I was flying down the highway, just bawling. These are arguably the darkest, most painful, most difficult days that a parent or parents go through.
Probably about 2.5 years ago, she went into the doctor and the doctor said, you have strep throat, but I want you to get checked out. Your lymph nodes are a little swollen. We sort of forgot about it. Beginning of January, we went on a trip to Florida, and her grandmother looks at her and she says, Michal, you have something on your neck. You have to get it checked out.
And when we turned to doctors for guidance about where do they think this could go, they didn't have good answers for us.
When it's a loved one, you sort of are in denial that, no, it can't be. But then eventually went for a biopsy, and that's when the actual diagnosis came back that it was Hodgkin's. It was a shock to me. I lost it. I just couldn't believe it. Like, you hear about cancer hitting people, and you never think it's going to happen.
It was February 12, 2012. I was fully employed after I had gone through some surgeries, and we racked up an exorbitant medical bill. I was terminated from that position.
My wife was strong. She says, don't worry, we'll get through it, it'll be fine. But as the father and as the husband, you're worried, you have to figure this out now.
Word got out that I was terminated, and somehow somebody connected us with Rccs.
My wife spoke to her college teacher. She said, there's an organization out there called Rccs, give them a call. There's a lot in cancer. There's so many different types, so many different doctors. It's a maze.
Rccs stepped up very, very quickly, asked me to send some materials over. Got back to us, I think, in about a week that we were approved.
She ended up speaking to a woman who was working there. When she actually came over the night after, just brought over a Kugel and said, don't worry, we're going to get you through all this. And that's when we started, really deciding what hospital to go to. We weren't sure which doctors to use. Rccs was very helpful.
The idea of not having just access to quality medical care and the thought of having to go bankrupt or mortgage the house to pay for that can be unbearable.
Then I reached out to Rccs and, they asked me, well, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a nursing home administrator. I said, yeah, I think I'll be okay. I have good insurance. And I clearly remember the woman saying to me, she says, we're going to help you out because you don't realize the cost of medical expenses.
Having an organization like Rccs that just takes that burden off of a family, that they don't have to worry about the health insurance, so that they can just do what they need to do for their kid. There are no words to describe how important that is.
As she started the chemo, they said to her, you're going to be very prone to infection. We need you to stay away from young kids and people who aren't feeling well. My son Yitzi understood that his mother was sick. She couldn't be with him the whole time, the same type of mommy he was used to. Where's mommy? Mommy's sleeping, mommy's not feeling well, and mommy's in bed. Racheli, she just asked for her mommy, and her mommy wasn't there, and it was a very traumatic experience for her. When you make that first phone call and the warmth that greets you with the women who are answering the phones and they're your shoulder to lean on, to cry on, and just to have people who know what's going on in that medical field and where are you going to run into issues and anything they can smooth out. It's a very hard, trying time. You want to have your support group, and Rccs offered that.
Rccs ended up paying the insurance for about 21 months.
It ended up really being a lifesaver because it was one less thing for me to have on my plate. My wife is bleeding on her, she's doing well, and things have gotten back to normal.
Zakai is a very active kid. He plays basketball right outside our house a lot. He's involved in PAL hockey here in town. Absolutely loves it.
Rccs doesn't have a huge payroll. These people are volunteering their time, their effort to make sure that people are given the 100% best treatment they can possibly get.
Let's go.
This is the organization that single-handedly saves people's lives. I don't think I'd be the same person, my wife would be the same person without Rccs.
The possibility of one of your kids not making it and having the ability to rush him into an emergency surgery under the Rccs funded insurance. There's no doubt about it that it saved his life.
When you're at your chuppah and you're saying Hariyat Makudeshus, you're going to be married to this person. Your vision is we're going to grow old together, you're going to build a family. And you know there's going to be curveballs on the way, but you never think it's going to be something as an illness.
hearing my wife on the other end telling me that he's being wheeled into surgery, emergency surgery, it doesn't look good, it might be cancer. I was flying down the highway, just bawling. These are arguably the darkest, most painful, most difficult days that a parent or parents go through.
Probably about 2.5 years ago, she went into the doctor and the doctor said, you have strep throat, but I want you to get checked out. Your lymph nodes are a little swollen. We sort of forgot about it. Beginning of January, we went on a trip to Florida, and her grandmother looks at her and she says, Michal, you have something on your neck. You have to get it checked out.
And when we turned to doctors for guidance about where do they think this could go, they didn't have good answers for us.
When it's a loved one, you sort of are in denial that, no, it can't be. But then eventually went for a biopsy, and that's when the actual diagnosis came back that it was Hodgkin's. It was a shock to me. I lost it. I just couldn't believe it. Like, you know, you hear about cancer hitting people, and you never think it's going to happen.
It was February 12, 2012. I was fully employed after I had gone through some surgeries, and we racked up an exorbitant medical bill. I was terminated from that position.
My wife was strong. She says, don't worry, we'll get through it, it'll be fine. But as the father and as the husband, you're worried, you know, you have to figure this out now.
Word got out that I was terminated, and somehow somebody connected us with Rccs.
My wife spoke to her college teacher. She said, you know, there's an organization out there called Rccs, give them a call. There's a lot in cancer. There's so many different types, so many different doctors. It's a maze.
Rccs stepped up very, very quickly, asked me to send some materials over. Got back to us, I think, in about a week that we were approved.
She ended up speaking to a woman who was working there. When she actually came over the night after, just brought over a Kugel and said, don't worry, we're going to get you through all this. And that's when we started, you know, really deciding what hospital to go to. We weren't sure which doctors to use. Rccs was very helpful.
The idea of not having just access to quality medical care and the thought of having to go bankrupt or mortgage the house to pay for that can be unbearable.
Then I reached out to Rccs and, you know, they asked me, well, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a nursing home administrator. I said, yeah, I think I'll be okay. I have good insurance. And I clearly remember the woman saying to me, she says, we're going to help you out because you don't realize the cost of medical expenses.
Having an organization like Rccs that just takes that burden off of a family, that they don't have to worry about the health insurance, so that they can just do what they need to do for their kid. There are no words to describe how important that is.
As she started the chemo, they said to her, you're going to be very prone to infection. We need you to stay away from young kids and people who aren't feeling well. My son Yitzi understood that his mother was sick. She couldn't be with him the whole time, the same type of mommy he was used to. Where's mommy? Mommy's sleeping, mommy's not feeling well, and mommy's in bed. Racheli, she just asked for her mommy, and her mommy wasn't there, and it was a very traumatic experience for her. When you make that first phone call and the warmth that greets you with the women who are answering the phones and they're your shoulder to lean on, to cry on, and just to have people who know what's going on in that medical field and where are you going to run into issues and anything they can smooth out. It's a very hard, trying time. You want to have your support group, and Rccs offered that.
Rccs ended up paying the insurance for about 21 months.
It ended up really being a lifesaver because it was one less thing for me to have on my plate. My wife is bleeding on her, she's doing well, and you know, things have gotten back to normal.
Zakai is a very active kid. He plays basketball right outside our house a lot. He's involved in PAL hockey here in town. Absolutely loves it.
Rccs doesn't have a huge payroll. These people are volunteering their time, their effort to make sure that people are given the 100% best treatment they can possibly get. Let's go! This is the organization that single-handedly saves people's lives. I don't think I'd be the same person, my wife would be the same person without Rccs.
The possibility of one of your kids not making it and having the ability to rush him into an emergency surgery under the Rccs funded insurance. There's no doubt about it that it saved his life.
Chuppah and you're saying Hariyat Makudeshus, you're going to be married to this person. Your vision is we're going to grow old together, you're going to build a family, and you know there's going to be curveballs on the way, but you never think it's...
You're davening like crazy. She is this, like, the most special person that I know, and the world needs her.
I'm like, hey, Garen, how are you? You could hear her voice. So she's like, yep, I have cancer. I'm like, what does that mean? How? What?
That's not something that you just prepare for. The first question I literally asked them was, is he gonna live?
The world is a different world. You see kids playing in the park, and you see people running around.
It's camp, it's fun, and I just hear like, your mother's been diagnosed with cancer.
We were just like a deer in the headlights. We didn't know where to start, we didn't know where to go.
What do you do? We go to a neighbor who's a doctor? And so we called Rccs.
They came in like a white knight.
They just took a burden off our shoulders.
You feel alone. And all of a sudden, Rccs comes in there. You feel you can do this.
They literally saved my wife's life.
I guess pleading to Hashem gives us this organization to help us, be like liaison, whatever it is, but it got us through this.
Hashem is answering our prayers. Like, we're getting help from an organization to help my mother get the care that she needs.
Everything that you need to get through this process, they're there. We were getting a lot of bills. She said, send me the bills, don't worry about it. I said, what does that mean, don't worry about it? We have a team that is patient advocacy who goes ahead and works with the hospitals, either lower the bills extremely low or even completely get rid of them.
Money's not on my mind. If it costs $1 trillion, doesn't matter. It just never fully was a worry to me, because I knew of the Rccs organization, and then later on finding out everything else that they are, just couldn't ask for more.
Baruch Hashem, we live in an age that it is treatable. But they don't tell you about all the ups and downs along with it. And there are plenty of them.
There's a lot of forks in the road as you go along. Should we do this? Should we try that? Should we take this medicine? Should we do this? They literally held my wife's hand through the entire process. They put a lot of that menuchas hanefesh in us when we're making the decisions and going through the process, knowing that when we're doing the treatment, we're doing the right thing.
Someone is in your corner and is literally guiding you, holding you by the hand to make sure that you get the best care to ensure the best outcome.
They have the doctor's cell phone numbers. When we had an issue with getting appointments, they would call the doctor, and the doctor themselves would call us.
Getting into the Mayo Clinic, you can't just show up willy-nilly like it's an emergency room. You have to have pull. Rccs was extremely critical asset for us to get the absolute best doctor to get her best care.
Well, Baruch Hashem, we have 6 kids at home, and it's not always easy for us to balance being in 2 places at once. They arranged a lot of the Uber rides for my wife. As soon as she got out of treatment, there was an Uber there waiting for her.
Just making sure something is done isn't good enough. It has to make sure it's done in the best way possible, and you feel that.
There was no clear roadmap or instruction manual of how to deal with, function, get support, get through. Probably the hardest thing we've ever gone through. I hope the hardest thing we've ever gone through.
They have the next step before we even know that it's going to come.
But I thank Hashem for Rccs, not just for my son and not just for us, but for Klal Yisrael. People have an address.
And then people said to me, how do you do it? You see how strong you are. The answer to that question, how do you do it?
Rccs makes the situation doable. We can't even fathom the idea of having been able to go through that process and survive it without Rccs by our side.
If they just were there to give you hope and they did nothing else, and they were just a telephone line, they would be good enough. It would be Diana, as they say. But they do so much more. It made all the difference in the world.
As a schus that no one should need, I think anyone who can, and even if you can't, you should try to give what you can to Rccs, because it's an organization that people cannot survive without. It literally saved my wife's life, and I know there's hundreds and thousands of other people unfortunately going through the same thing, and their lives need to be saved as well.
Support them in every way you can, because it should never happen to you, and it should never happen to anybody you know. You want to have an A-team behind you, and they're Rccs, so be there. But just if you think for one moment, just close your eyes, you'll write a different check. Hopefully you guys can close up and think about some other venue of chesed.
The MRIs came back with a small tumor.
It's not a joke. Cancer is no laughing matter. The challenges faced by Chayei Yisrael and their families are very real. But tonight, with your generosity, passion, and heart, Klal Yisrael is showing that hope is unstoppable, and together, we can make a difference. Welcome to the Rccs Auction 2024. Join us as we proudly stand up for Chayei Yisrael with our incredible hosts, Mendy Pellin, Ari Abramowitz, Rabbi Aaron Steyer, featuring Jake Turks, Reb Yisroel Schwarz. Words of inspiration with Rabbi Leibish Lish, special performances, The Miracle Song by Elimelech Braunstein, comedy sketch by Langzam and Feldman. Stay tuned for exclusive interviews, heartfelt stories, and incredible entertainment as we come together to support Chayei Yisrael. Standing up for what matters. We extend a heartfelt thank you to the associates of BFG Financial who work every day to protect and support families in our community. This is no laughing matter. Your dedication inspires us all. On behalf of the auction team at Rccs, thank you for creating smiles. GCNY Marketing, Mailway Services, Click and Market, DriveUp.com, Stellar Productions, Pivot Group. We salute over 2,000 Women of Wonder hostesses worldwide. To our coordinators, you are the reason we smile tonight. Thousands of Chayei Yisrael thank you for standing up, showing up, and giving them hope. Win big, because supporting Chayei Yisrael is serious business. Prizes are closing soon, every ticket counts, and every act of giving makes an impact. Your generosity changes lives. The more you give, the more you win, because supporting Chayei Yisrael is the greatest prize of all. 877-332-2808. rccsauction.org.
And welcome. It's that time of year. I am so glad to be back here right at Rccs headquarters in Brooklyn, and we're having an amazing year thanks to you. Thanks to you, we're doing really well this year, and that means Klal Yisrael is doing well, and I am here to witness it. You're here to witness it, and tonight we are going to go on a journey together. We're going to have some amazing guests. We're going to win some amazing prizes. I think you are a winner, so stay tuned. We're going to pick your ticket here. We're all a winner if you just donated it. If you did not yet buy a ticket, go to rccsauction.org or call 877-332-2808. It's been so many years since I've been coming on here. A lot of years. We're talking before COVID, I've been coming on here. Many years. when they used to call this a Chinese auction until somebody, a Jewish person, went to China and realized that that's not how they conduct their auctions. And they realized that they had a room where you put in your name into different boxes, and they call that a Jewish auction. And so eventually we just call it the RCCS auction. We got rid of China. Trump will be happy. We cut out China. It's done. And a lot of different things over the years I noticed about the RCCS auction. One thing that I've never seen anywhere else, and I've done many of these auctions.
Whatever you need, I'm here.
I've called somebody and said, congratulations, you've won $300,000 and split the pot. And they're like, oh, shkayach, shkayach. Nobody is excited to win the prizes. And I think that's because everyone that buys the prizes are not really putting in tickets to win. It's because they really know of the amazing work that RCCS has been doing. And right now, we're holding at 4.2, that's 4.2 million. 4.25 million. And when I first started this years ago, over 10 years ago, I would never think that I would be here with these kind of numbers, but they need these numbers because they spend over $29 million a year in helping Chayil Yisrael. So it's a big drop in the bucket. And thanks to you, so many people are being helped. But let's keep this going. Whoever's watching, whoever's listening, just click, keep buying, split the pots, keep getting prizes. It's going to an amazing cause. Now let's just talk about the theme this year. I love how they come up with these themes this year. It's not a joke. And it's funny how people use that as a word, like, it's not a joke, and then they go on to tell a joke. Or they also use it with funny, like, it tastes funny. No, when they say it tastes funny, it doesn't mean it tastes and then you start laughing. Or they use things like my wife, whenever she says, Mendy, you're so funny, she's not saying that I'm humorous. She's saying that I forgot something. She's like, Mendy, you're so funny, you totally forgot to buy the milk. Well, cancer is so serious and it's so not a joke that you need humor. You need humor. And I know this from walking around the offices here to keep up the spirits. Humor is so important, and it's an amazing medicine. So tonight we're going to have a lot of laughs, a lot of fun, a lot of joking around, but also we're remembering that it's not a joke, and there are families, and there are brothers and sisters and mothers and grandparents that unfortunately are affected by cancer. And we are going to salute RCCS for holding their hand and taking them through the process, not only their hand, but the entire family. And they're real angels here tonight. And we're going to highlight a lot of things that they do. And I just want to give a shout out to BFG and Associates, because your future is no laughing matter. I like how they tied in that theme to our theme. And BFG has been really helping out the community, and the associates are real angels helping out. So thank you so much for being our main sponsor for tonight. We also like to give a shout out to this year. We had close to 2,000 Women of Wonder, and they went absolutely above and beyond, hosting home parties and web pages, bringing tremendous creativity and ingenuity, raising over $4 million for RCCS. So we are past our goal. We're going up and up, and you're going to help us just take it over. We're overflowing with chesed in Klal Yisrael here. So again, one more time, rccsauction.org, 877-332-2808. And we'll be right back with Rabbi Steyer. Okay.
Today is perfect. This moment feels right. You and your family are safe, healthy, and well provided for. So let's work together to keep things exactly that way. Let's protect those who matter most to you. And as they grow, let's grow the power of that protection. Your family deserves a lifelong relationship with a BFG associate. A direct connection with a professional whose mission is to protect you and your loved ones against the catastrophic. Together, we can get this done. Visit bfgny.com to find your family's protector.
Tov and Renegade Furniture salute RCCS. The work that you do on behalf of Klal Yisroel is simply inspiring. We consider it our mission to partner with companies that we work with from all backgrounds and help RCCS make a difference. Together we have raised over $80,000 towards cancer care. We are blessed to be your partner.
Baby a father who's feeling the weight of his years? Actually, it doesn't matter. At Attending Home Care, we care for everyone, from the teeniest newborns to the wisest centenarians. Our expert nurses bring warmth and professional care right to your door, anywhere in New York City, as well as New York State. Because life doesn't come with an age limit, and neither should care. Attending Home Care, your family, our priority.
Complicating title, we'll have to read it. Senior Director of Physician Alignment and Community Relations at Mount Sinai Hospital. Shimi's here to share with us some of the latest innovations and growth at the hospital. But I have to ask first, because I've been so curious. When I was a little kid, I always felt like, when I heard the name Mount Sinai Hospital, I was thinking of our Sinai Hospital. That's like, that's a Jewish hospital, that's our hospital. So I am very curious where the name comes from, why they named the hospital that way. If you could.
Sure. So it was about in the mid-1800s, believe it or not, regular Jews, regular Yidden were not treated at certain hospitals, and they started a hospital called the Jews Hospital. And that was how Mount Sinai actually started. It was known as the Jews Hospital. After that it developed, and of course as time went on, things evened out and we were able to, but Mount Sinai has prevailed all throughout. It started a medical school, it trained some of the top doctors, and is one of the most prestigious hospitals that we have in the country.
So it really started out like a chesed organization for,
in a sense,
the community.
In a sense.
Wow.
That's why the hospital is very community-minded to any community that we're existing in.
Wow, that's beautiful. So if you can tell me, today at Mount Sinai, I understand, isn't just one hospital anymore. It isn't just an old building, 170-year-old building. The hospital's been growing, but as you shared with me earlier, it also has been growing to different facilities across New York City. If you could tell us a little about that.
Sure. We have the main Mount Sinai Hospital, known as MSH, Mount Sinai Hospital. That's an 1,100-bed facility on the Upper East Side. As everybody knows, that's the main Mount Sinai Hospital. We also acquired something that was known as the Continuum Healthcare System, which was really Beth Israel had attempted to start its own healthcare system. So included in that was Beth Israel Hospital, as well as what was known as St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital, those two hospitals, which are now Mount Sinai Morningside and Mount Sinai West. And we also have
You converted
them into hospitals, exactly.
From the Jewish.
We have Mount Sinai Queens, which was the old Astoria General Hospital, Mount Sinai Brooklyn, which is the formerly Kings Highway Hospital, and Mount Sinai South Nassau, which is in Oceanside, right outside of the Five Towns. We also have a lot of independent cares that are not bed hospitals, but for outpatient care throughout the city.
Wow. And that brings the services of Mount Sinai closer to the community, saves the trip from driving into the city.
Correct.
And what is it that you do for cancer care, obviously, as it relates to RCCS?
How are you helping patients?
Sure. What the last thing anybody wants to have happen with a cancer patient, Rahman al-Islam, that has to get that serious diagnosis, is to have extra stress. And traveling for your care and having to travel for different treatments. Sometimes you may do it because you have no choice, but sometimes there's a choice and you can get the same quality while being close to home, and that's a very important thing. So what we have the ability to do, since we're really all one hospital, no matter where you are, it's one set of medical records. Our infusion center is an extension of the Tisch Cancer Center for Research at Mount Sinai Hospital. All the clinical trials are available to patients both in Brooklyn and in the main Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan, and you get the same care. All of our physicians in the hematology oncology department are both at Mount Sinai Manhattan and at Mount Sinai Brooklyn on selected days of the week, so that you can see your Manhattan doctor right here in Brooklyn.
So if a patient is really being mainly treated in Manhattan, they can be treated, they can get their infusions and see their doctors in Brooklyn without having to do that schlep of going into Manhattan. And I'm sure that's a big deal. I've heard, just working at RCCS numerous times, how important it is sometimes, especially with an elderly patient, how much it makes a difference to their actual health. Sure. The traveling is such a burden on them. To not have to go in and just really get the exact same care in the community is fantastic. And I'm assuming the hospital is is specific minded to the community to make sure that the facilities of the hospital help a Jewish patient.
Absolutely. The hospital has taken a lot of steps and has gone through some serious expense in order to focus on the community, and I'm referring to Mount Sinai, Brooklyn right now, where we reside in. So the entire hospital is under Tarnopol Kashrus. Wow. There's everything in the hospital, both in the cafeteria and the patients. So both for staff and for patients. And the hospital, the infusion center, just as an example, patients that may have seen a Manhattan doctor but don't want to have to travel for their infusions can have their infusions by us. We'll bring them a nice hot lunch while they're getting it done, and then they can be close to home, whether they have small children or whether they're elderly and it's difficult for them.
Instead of an hour ordeal, it could be a quick in and out.
Exactly. We cut out the travel time and everything, so that really makes it convenient for patients.
You shared earlier about a friend in shul.
Correct. I happen to have a friend of mine that when I let him know in shul that I was now at Mount Sinai Brooklyn several years ago, and he said, wow, I'm losing a day out of my life every 8 weeks. I was confused. How do you lose a day out of your life, once every 8 weeks? He goes, my wife needs transfusions at Mount Sinai in Chelsea Square, which is an outpatient facility for cancer. And we travel by subway because I don't want to take the car. Till we schlep down there, my wife goes in. It takes several hours because it's a long infusion. I have to just wander around the streets. And then I come to pick her up. She's starving. We go to try to get something to eat at a local store, pick up a bag of potato chips, and take the train back home. By the time we get home, we're shot. I said, you can have your protocol taken care of right at our infusion center. And he came over to me several weeks later and gave me a big hug. He says, you gave me back a day of my life every 8 weeks. We walk over to your office, which is right by the infusion center. I drop my wife off, I go back home. She sits, they bring her a hot lunch, and she has her infusion, and the place is beautiful, state of the art. It was just redone a year and a half ago. Everything is on a par with Mount Sinai par.
Baruch Hashem. So first of all, thank you for all that you do for the cancer patients of the community. And a smaller thank you for the beautiful gifts you gave, the pill case that gave out at some of our over 1,000 auction parties, credit of Mount Sinai, which came in a fancy bag. So Tiskul Mitzvahs, and keep doing amazing work and helping the community, and may we and you not be needed anymore.
Absolutely. Our message that we advertise, and if I just may say, on Rosh Hashanah every year, we put into the FJJ Journal and says, may you not need our services this year.
And I heard there's a big FJJ article coming out. So thank you so much. Now to a quick video message.
Premium kosher supplements, which are of the highest quality and easier to absorb. Manufactured in a GMP and NSF certified facility, it's either the best or not Zahler's. As a third-generation company, Zahler's vitamins have personal integrity ingrained, a family mission boasting premium nutrition. In addition, Zahler's is synonymous with trusted advice to relieve common health conditions. Zahler's supplements offer nutritional solutions to improve one's health and wellness by providing free advice on our nutritional hotline at 1-877-ASK-ZOLLER and via email ask@zollers.com.
Northwell Health, the largest and most awarded health system in the state of New York, with 21 hospitals, more than 12,000 physicians, over 19,000 nurses, 900 plus facilities, and 10 designated cancer centers, with 3 more in development, including a state-of-the-art 15-story, 200,000 square foot center in Manhattan. We believe there's a better way for a healthier tomorrow. More cancer experts, more personalized therapies, and more innovative breakthroughs with groundbreaking clinical trials. As a result, we are changing more lives for more New Yorkers with cancer than any other institution in the state. At Northwell, we are the leaders in diversity and are proud of our Heimische team, with unsurpassed collaboration and partnerships with the Yiddish community, enabling us to be a proud and steadfast partner of RCCS and together touch so many lives.
Yeah, you might be a know-it-all entrepreneur, but with a chance of finding yourself on an unexpected detour. Leave the know-it-all to us. Aspire. Let us travel for you. I mean, from the moment you know where, we know what. So, for your next business trip or luxury vacation, let Aspire inspire you. See what I did there? Anyway, flights, accommodation, chauffeur, car, food. Aspire New York. The itinerary you can't just Google. Aspire. Redefining luxury travel.
Stage we have Cholin. It's happening here. It is really happening here. It's great to be here every year. I'd like to welcome everyone in Lakewood that's listening on Radio Kol Barama 107.9. And if you haven't yet bought any prizes, you can win tonight. Even if you don't win, you're going to win. Go to rccsauction.org or set 877-332-2808. My name is Mendy Pellin. Great to be here. We have a great evening. Our guest right now is Rabbi Chaim Rapvogel. I've been seeing him since I've been coming here. Was it 7 years ago? So I've been seeing you.
Yeah, 7 years.
You had less white hair going on there.
Yeah, RCCS.
Is that RCCS white hair?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then how do you explain my white hair?
RCCS.
RCCS. Okay. All right. So what is exactly that you do for RCCS and the auctions?
The auction is I've had the schus to be a part of it for the past 7 years, and Baruch Hashem, a big part of what I do is I work together with some of our key sponsors, and that's a special opportunity because aside from getting to sit next to you, an incredible individual, I get to work with these incredible tzaddikim. Just to mention just a few of our key sponsors tonight. We have Yoel Felberbaum, who unfortunately himself was impacted deeply by the work of RCCS. And Yoel is a tzaddik who jumped right in, and he's a person who has a company, BFG, that's built on protecting Klal Yisrael and helping Klal Yisrael. And it's just been an incredible partnership of him wanting to support Klal Yisrael together with his team, with his company. The company raises money. They have competitions to raise money. Just an incredible individual, Yoel Felberbaum.
And he's very hands-on. I know that he's not just has an office that takes care of it. I've seen him in these offices.
Absolutely. So just the whole BFG team just really, they truly are looking to protect Klal Yisrael. It's an incredible financial institution looking for the protection of Klal Yisrael. Another tzaddik from your neck of the woods, Ari Greenwald from Tove Renegade Furniture, just an incredible individual. Really an honor to know him. He also, his company raised $70,000 this year, over $70,000, and again, just really an incredible opportunity. Another person who has come on the show in the past, and I'm just gonna just mention Jonathan Donath, who built an incredible organization called Daily Giving. Everybody should go on to dailygiving.org and sign up. It's an organization that has over 20,000 people donating $1 a day, and that $1 a day, that $20,000 goes to one organization, and RCCS was one of the first organizations that Jonathan and his Rabbanim chose to give the money to, and they've become an incredible partner.
That probably has something to do with the fact that RCCS also helps a lot of other organizations. If you're donating to RCCS, it's a catch-all for a lot.
Absolutely. So I've had the true honor to be a part of it and get to know some of these incredible leaders in Klal Yisrael.
Nice. So Tov has gotten, what do you say, 70,000?
Over $70,000 that they raised together as a team. They all get into it, and it's really.
Oh, I know the guys at Tov. So
Ari and his team and his family, they put their heart and soul in a company. They put their heart and soul into it.
Yeah, Ari and I go way back. Good going, Ari. That's amazing. 70,000 this year. And the Schlesselfeld team, I think, is almost at 50,000. There's some amazing heroes here tonight. So we salute you. Thank you so much. And now I think we're beating a record this year in how many donors we've had in this auction. Could you give us a number?
Yeah, so we are over 48,000. Likely, Bez Hashem going to hit 50,000, which is unbelievable. There's another major Klal Yisrael organization. In their major campaign, they don't even hit $20,000, and this is one of RCCS's campaigns. So it's really just shows the incredible care that Klal Yisrael has, the appreciation that Klal Yisrael has, where unfortunately so many people know so many people who were impacted and helped by RCCS. So it's really been an incredible campaign, and really just shows Mikam Klal Yisrael, the way Klal Yisrael comes together. And it's not necessary. There's small donations also there. It's not
right, but the number is amazing. 48,000. You want to be a part of this community. If you did not get any prizes yet, or even if you did, go on rccsauction.org, 877-332-2808, and we'll be right back.
Today is perfect. This moment feels right. You and your family are safe, healthy, and well provided for. So let's work together to keep things exactly that way. Let's protect those who matter most to you. And as they grow, let's grow the power of that protection. Your family deserves a lifelong relationship with a BFG associate. A direct connection with a professional whose mission is to protect you and your loved ones against the catastrophic. Together, we can get this done. Visit bfgny.com to find your family's protector.
From the moment I came to the Mount Sinai Brooklyn Infusion Center, I felt like a person, not a number. You're known on a first-name basis. And when you're faced with a life-threatening situation, it's frightening and you're worried. And the team here, they want to give you the best chance you could have.
At Mount Sinai Brooklyn, we're committed to providing the latest technologies and the highest level of diagnostic, medical, and surgical services. As we've grown, our number one priority has been access for our community. Access to our subspecialty programs like cancer, access to our groundbreaking research and clinical trials, and access to our high-quality board-certified specialty physicians, working with one of the leading medical schools in the country.
The Mount Sinai Brooklyn Infusion Center has made an unbearable situation bearable, and the entire process is much more patient-friendly and better.
A frightening diagnosis suddenly transformed a blissful existence to a nightmarish reality. RCCS, the light in the darkness, providing medical guidance, insurance assistance, and unlimited support. MGI Brokerage has extended its support to RCCS in enabling cancer-stricken patients to receive proper medical care. You'll be reassured when you are insured by MGI. We offer premier coverage and protection you can count on.
teams. It's hard to get to all the teams here tonight, but I just want to give a huge shout out for the biggest team. Every year I see them rise up to the top, to the Scotchless team, in honor, in memory of Dr. Tali Ben Avram, who loved every Yid. And it really, really loved every Yid. And we see that his memory, the passion of the family and friends, this team just rises right to the top. So shout out to the Scotchless team. Thank you so much for everything you do. Right now, I am really excited because many, many years ago, over a decade ago, I sat in this chair for the Rccs auction. And if you can hear in the background, we are in fact in the office in Brooklyn. We hear a fire truck. So this is legit. We're not in a studio. We are using our money. Every single dollar goes to helping Chayla Yisrael. So we're not renting out a studio. We're in this office. So I was sitting in this chair. I had a little less white hairs, and my guest right now, Ari Abramowitz, also had some less white hairs. And but we're back.
We're back. Yes, we are. I'm very excited to be back at RCCS. I think I was involved since year one that we did the live, and then a couple of years in between. I think that's where I met you probably for the first time.
Yes.
And yeah, now we're back. Let's do this for RCCS and for everything that they do.
Yeah.
So what are we doing tonight?
We are having a great time. Now sometimes we're covering over it's not a joke. I thought tonight, you for a living, you tell jokes, kinda. You do funny stuff.
Kinda.
Funny stuff.
Yeah.
I also do some funny stuff, and I figured let's take a behind the curtain thing, because sometimes when we intend to be funny and it really bombs and it does not go well.
And it's not a joke.
And then it's not a joke. So let's talk about when we want it to be a joke and it's not a joke, and I thought that would be a good thing for us to talk about. But before we get into that, the war stories of Hasidic comedians, let's talk about exactly do you do these days, and where are you holding, because I haven't seen you in a little while.
Yeah, so just a little bit to catch up, and it's nice to catch up among friends while there are probably thousands of people watching. But
Yes.
Yeah, where I'm up to these days, I still do comedy, but not stand-up comedy. I do comedy acts. My main thing these days is more in the storytelling, speeches, emceeing, in this type of environment, but I still do try to bring in comedy as much as possible, because sometimes you gotta laugh, you know?
Laugh.
So if you have to laugh, it's
Yes.
Even in a serious speech, you gotta know when to bring in the humor part.
Why not stand up? Why are we sticking to emceeing and storytelling?
Why not stand up? I don't know. I feel very uncomfortable to just stand there with a mic and have everybody look at me, and you got to be funny. And stand up is difficult, because it's like you said, you make a joke and you expect the people to laugh, and if they don't, that's a problem.
Yeah,
so if it's in an act,
yes,
it's a comedy skit type of thing. So okay, so you keep on rolling, you keep on going. But if you just stand there, I don't know. I feel you do stand up.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it, but you do it.
Yeah, I just embraced it. Listen, MC is a lot of fun, because you can sprinkle in the jokes.
Right.
And you can do improv. I love doing improv. So comedic MC is fun. You always have something to go back to.
Right. Right.
It's like those guys, in shul. What I say, in shul is great for people that are, socially awkward, and they don't know how to deal with crowds, because if you have nothing to talk about, you could always daven. You always have something to go back to.
There's always something to get. There's a program.
Yes.
There's always a program.
So for the antisocial, boom, you can break out a little bit and then come back to the sitter. So you always have a program. So give me a little war story. Tell me a little war story. You've been to hospitals. You've been cheering up a lot of people.
I've been in comedy, I think, since when I remember myself. Even as a kid, I always loved comedy. in acting and these type of things. But there was a very long time that I used to go a lot. I used to go a lot to hospitals. This was like my thing at some point. I mean, for quite a while. But it's a joke, and it's not a joke. I mean, we had once that we went to visit someone in the psych ward, and the guy's literally sitting there like this. And we're coming in like, hey, how are you? You came to make me laugh? I'm like, I don't know. We came to have a good time. Make me laugh. And he's just looking at me straight into, make me laugh. I'm like, okay. And I try making like a joke or something. Make me laugh. You're not making me laugh. You got to make me laugh. And it was not a joke.
Yes.
It was not a joke. It was not funny.
That's a whole new meaning for stage fright. One audience, and he could lose it,
one man
snap
audience
at any minute.
By the way, we had once also in a psych ward where one of our friends, one of the guys that I went with, decided that he's gonna, sometimes you need like the go-to thing, like when jokes don't work or whatever. So this guy got into magic, because magic is amazing. You go to hospitals, you pull out a couple of magic tricks, and you have where to go to.
Nothing like trying to mess with people's heads in a psych ward.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this guy decided to pull off the most amazing magic trick where he blindfolds himself and he's going to guess whatever. And he's there in the room, and we help him blindfold himself, and he's standing there all blindfolded. And we decided to just skedaddle out of the room. And we leave him there in the room by himself, blindfolded. We took the patient with us. And this guy's just there in the room, and we watch from down the hallway a nurse making her way into the room. And then we hear commotion going on in the room. The nurse came in, thinking he's the patient, standing there blindfolded, talking to nobody. It took us a long time to convince that he is not a patient here, and he's actually one of the volunteers that came with us.
Amazing, because
that was a good story.
Especially in the psych ward, everyone is saying they don't belong here, or a
Yeah.
lot of people are saying it.
Yes.
So he's trying to say, no, I really don't belong here. I'm doing magic. I just blindfolded myself.
For magic.
And she's like, yeah, that.
And I had an audience, and I don't know where they are. They
Yes.
disappeared. I made them disappear. Yeah.
I was
It
once in the hospital, and telling some jokes, Mesamayach the Yidden, the Chaylim, and so this woman came in. She wasn't from, and she's frantically looking for a rabbi because her husband is about to die. And she comes over. She's like, I'm there with my friend. He's also a comedian, and he's like, are any of you rabbis? And my friend was smart enough to say, no, I'm not a rabbi. And I was proud. I got smicha. I'm like, yes, I'm a rabbi. And she's like, amazing. The doctor just said my husband is about to die. We needed to say the last prayers. And so I was like, there's probably a department, a clergy. There's a rabbi, I'm sure. And she's like, I called every number. It's Sunday. I can't find anyone. Please, please. And so we both came into the room there, and we see this man attached a whole bunch of tubes. And so, I didn't have any vidui or anything on me. I didn't have an app or anything for that. So I was just like, after the regular Shema and stuff, I was like, all right, let's all together just think happy thoughts, think good thoughts, pure thoughts. Ashrei, Yoshvei, Veisecha, Od Yahalalucha, Selah, Lam Natseach, Mizmor, LeDavid. And I just start saying all these random things that are coming to my head. My friend, he just bursted out laughing, and he runs out. And I told her, I'm like, yeah, he's pretty emotional.
He's very emotional.
Yeah, he's very emotional right now. This is tough. He's not used to this. The sad thing is, or the happy thing is that guy, he wound up recovering and living for many years.
Well, the truth is, with such a video, you can bring a person back.
Yeah.
So sometimes it is a joke.
Sometimes
it is a joke.
Yes.
You should know that one of the toughest comedy acts I ever had was I was flown overseas. They paid a lot of money, tickets and everything for me to do a comedy act.
How much they pay? No, okay.
Yeah, and the thing was that without going into like all the details, the before and the after, I got on stage, and the audience was flatlined. I'm knocking joke after joke after joke, and the audience just sitting there looking at me. I didn't have to explain to you what it feels like, but for anybody watching,
I get that a lot. Yeah.
For anybody watching, this is the most painful thing in the world. Now, as a comedian, you know when you delivered the joke right, and you know when you botched it up.
Yes.
And I'm standing on stage, and I know that I'm delivering. I know that it's good. And it's just literally the audience, and I'm talking about a huge audience. It's overseas. They advertised that I'm coming. They made a whole big deal out of it.
And you probably went to those go-to jokes in case of emergency.
Yeah,
break glass
I
here.
tried everything.
Yeah.
I tried everything in the book. At some point, I even decided I'm just walking off stage. I'm done. I'm getting off stage. But I decided, you know what? I came to start. I came for something. I'm going through with it. The audience doesn't laugh. Fine. The point of the story is two things. First of all, it turned out that the crowd loved it. It was like a very serious crowd, and they weren't allowed to laugh.
They were laughing on the inside.
So this is literally what they told me afterwards. After a whole argument where I told them, I'm sorry, I tried, and they were like, what do you mean? It was good. We're going back and forth. But the point is, it was a very tough crowd. And on my way back home, I was thinking to myself, there was a lot of thoughts in my mind regarding that job, but one of the main things was, before I went on stage, I had a rehearsal. And that rehearsal we did in the house of a patient, of a sick kid that lives there over town. I have no idea what the story is with him today, if he recovered, if he did, I have no idea. But we did a rehearsal over there, and there was so much laughter in that house while we were doing the rehearsal that I was thinking to myself that it was worth it just for that.
Yeah.
And now we started now a new thing. We started a show mainly. It's a family show called
Ari and Friends. Yeah,
yes.
I've seen the advertisements.
So our main thing of Ari Friends is that bring in more joy, more laughter, get people to find laughter. And in the first episode, we're focusing on that very strong. We actually talk about flops that we had and different things. And where else can we find laughter? So there's some places that we're looking for laughter, and there's some places that we say it's not a joke. But when we come to RCCS,
when it's not a joke, you need the humor even more.
Yes, and that's our main thing. Just let's find laughter in every part, and if you can't laugh hard enough, then at least smile. And we have a great reason to smile, just looking at the numbers.
Almost at 4.1. So if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, please, right now, go 877-332-2808 RCCS.
Do you know that they made a jingle on that song once?
Yes, we've.
Do you remember that jingle? They made it. I think it was the first year that they did it. It was done by Chilo Posen from Amazamim. It was a cute jingle. I don't know if they still have it. If yes, we should for sure play it again. But
if he's watching, he should come. I think he lives not far from here.
Yeah, he should come here. If anybody has his number, call him. Tell him to come over.
Yes.
And sing the jingle. But as long as he doesn't sing the jingle, it's not a joke. Call in, get your tickets,
and let's continue some of these war stories. But first, let's get a word from our sponsor.
And welcome back, everybody. We're here with a person who's very familiar to anybody who's been watching the RCCS shows in the past, but much more than that, familiar with so many children and families around Klal Yisrael. As a Yid who's Mesamech people, who's Mechazik people, a Rebbe in the Stone Lecheder. My children go to Stone Lecheder in Lakewood. I think I've mentioned to you this before. I have a personal Hakaras HaTov. When the COVID started and they closed down the school, I don't know if they did that in Borough Park. In Lakewood, they closed. So the Manal, it's Pesach time already, the Manal told me, your son's still not picking up Yiddish well. So over the break, try to teach him better. So we got a certain tchotchke that we found that had stories from Rav Bishlish. And the entire COVID, my two sons sat and they listened and they listened and they listened to your stories. And by the time he went back to Cheder, his Yiddish was in a whole different place. So that's a personal Hakaras HaTov. In the past, when you joined us on the show, it was more a drasha and a chizik story. And Tillim, this year, we'll change it up a little bit. We want to hear a little bit more personal from Rav Leibish. And next year, remind myself one other Hakaras HaTov thing. I'm sorry, I got to say this. I was sick in the hospital a little while back, not Baruch Hashem, not Yad Machla. And somebody bought me Yiddish magazines. And I was sitting there, what am I going to do with the Yiddish magazine? I could read it, but and I was reading an article from you. It took me so long to read it that it kept me busy for a very long time. But now we're gonna turn to the interview. We'd like to hear personally, if you could share with us. I know you've had experiences in your life, and you also go around and you mesameach children in hospitals. So I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about your personal experience, what really makes you so ungewarmt to helping other people?
So, like you said, my father passed away suddenly when I was 8 years old. He didn't have Yanamachle, he didn't have cancer, he passed away from a sudden heart attack. And my whole life I went through a bunch of challenges till Baruch Hashem I got married and I settled. But learning from the challenges, what people go through, is it adults, is it children, is it teenagers, and what I went through gave me the koyach, and I feel that's a must to go and help others. And one of the places where I use my experience and I use my energy and I use my talent that Hashem gave me is going to hospitals, is going to Shiva houses, Rahman Litzlan. And so from there, yes, I got familiar with RCCS and I got familiar with the tremendous avodas HaKodesh and life-saving what RCCS does.
Understood. So through your personal experience, you're able to emphasize with people who are going through difficulty, and you're there for them whenever something difficult happens.
Yeah.
You try, and you're well known for accomplishing. You've been around the show for a lot of years. You've been around the RCCS for a lot of years. You've been involved in other events and other places. I'm sure by now you have a little bit of a picture of what we do. What do you feel is the most important thing?
One of the most famous places in the world, in the Yiddish world, even in the Goyish world, is in Crown Heights, the big Lubavitcher shul called 770 Eastern Parkway. Whenever you go to 770 Eastern Parkway, there's always an Atzola ambulance parked outside. Always. So once I asked one of the people, what is this? So they told me that when they established Atzola in Crown Heights, they went to the Lubavitcher Rebbe to take a bracha, a blessing. And the Rebbe gave a bracha, but the Rebbe said, I want one thing from you. I want that an ambulance of Atzola should be parked outside the shul 24/7. And the Rebbe explained that when a Yid comes to shul, is it an old person with diabetes? Is it a heart patient? Is it even a healthy person? Anybody that comes to shul and he sees an ambulance parked outside, it gives him a certain calmness, certain yeshivadas. He davens with more calmness, knowing that I'll call Sarah Shalom. Anything what it should happen, there is an Atzola outside. Knowing what's going on out there, and I'm very familiar in a lot of places and talking to a lot of people, RCCS is not only an organization for cancer patients or helping people that are already diagnosed. Every Yid in Klal Yisrael knows that al kol tzara shelo yisavai, there's a telephone to call. And this itself, I'm telling you, there are thousands and thousands of Yid that go to sleep every night calm, knowing, with menuchas hanefesh, knowing that if chas v'shalom, one time there's going to be a need for this, the first telephone call will be to this office. And, you know, I once asked one of the big Gaskonim, you see, you know how many phone calls come in here that Pashut people got a scare of a doctor, and we just help them and we calm them down, and Baruch Hashem, it turned out to be nothing. So this chelik, that there's such an organization, such a telephone to call, brings Yishuv Adas to Klal Yisrael. And this is very important. And this is one of the most gewaldige things where RCCS is here in the world.
And one of the things I hear the most from donors at events, they tell us, I give to RCCS, so I never should need RCCS. It's
Right.
also like the same. People feel, you know, I'm not a Rebbe, Rosh Yeshiva, I can't give any brachas or aftachas. But it's something you hear from people. They give money to RCCS, number one, so that the Menuchas HaNefesh should be there. We know that there's always a place to go. And also, it should be a shmirah for us. It should be a shmirah for us. It gives opportunity for Yid to do something for Yenim and say, you know, Ebish to watch over me. I'm there for your kindlach. Be there for mine. Be there for my family.
You know, I'll tell you, I once called up a big doctor by a RCCS dinner in Monroe. I was the MC and I called up a doctor, so I called up Rabbi Lowy on the way and I asked him, tell me something about the doctor when I'm calling him up. So he told me that there was once a woman, a mother of 6, and she went through a whole bunch of treatments and all bunch of, the protocol was changing and the situation was really tough. And till this protocol came to this doctor, it was already going through this hospital, that hospital, this. This doctor looked at this protocol, he put it on the side, and he said these words. Sometimes you take the book, you put it on the side, and you use your heart. There was a standing ovation for this doctor of this quote. After a while, I decided, you know, this is what RCCS does. RCCS works with the protocols, but sometimes, and a lot of times, you take the protocol, you put it on the side, you put the book on the side, and you use your heart. I was involved with a case of a younger man, a Shana Rishon younger man, a few weeks after his wedding, and he was diagnosed in a very tough way. We had shaykhs with him. He was in so many hospitals, in Manhattan, in Baltimore, in Johns Hopkins. He ended up in Texas. Lamaisa, he didn't make it. I was zoichet to visit him in all these hospitals. I flew to Texas, back and forth, 4 hours each way. By the Shiva, I went down to be Menachem Ovel, this young Almona, together with Reb Zisha Lowy. I came as my party, came as from RCCS. The message what he gave to this Almona was, I want you to know, we did everything in the world to save him.
Right.
Everything. There was nothing we didn't. Every stone
That's a
was
big
moved.
Menuchas HaNefesh also.
And that gave this Almona so much Menuchas HaNefesh that she knew it was a Gzera, Min HaShamayim. But everything was done. RCCS, and we're in a lot of cases that are involved, I know one thing. This hospital, this doctor, this program, they'll never, even if there's a 0.25% chance, they'll be there to change it and go there.
Right. Our time is moving along, but I want to hear from you about the hospitals. I think I've thought of this a few times. Like, you know, if I want to go visit a sick person, we can just walk into the hospital, barge in. How does that work? How do you?
So I go once a week. Usually I cover Manhattan, which is NYU, Cornell, Memorial, and Columbia. Sometimes Mount Sinai, and then I went to, of course, Johns Hopkins and Baltimore a lot, and to Texas. You walk in with a shlichus. You just walk into the room, and you know, I don't care. I'm just coming in and booming the room, bringing in simcha,
Doesn't
bringing in
tear your
joy.
heart. You see Kleine Yiddische Kinder.
It does. You know, I was there last week. There were 11 kids in the 9th floor memorial.
Wow.
And one kid was screaming with such a pain. And the bocher that was next to him tells me, Reb Leibish, do me a favor, go to her first. I can't hear these noise. Baruch Hashem, we went in there. After 15 minutes, she was smiling.
Wow.
We bring toys, we bring prizes. But it's also giving chizik to the parents. It's showing them you're not alone. Klal Yisrael is one big family. And that's what we're here today. Because we do our part, RCCS does their part, and you donors do your part. Right. And this is one big puzzle helping each Yid to go through this difficult time.
And RCCS is in a certain way a very technical thing, figuring out the doctors, the hospitals, paying the insurance. I mean, you don't always get to see that face to face. It gave me chills hearing you say, a child screaming. And it's so important to remember that. When we give a donation to RCCS, we don't see the recipient, and when that's the most beautiful way to give tzedakah. But you have to know that there are people out there who are screaming. They're screaming and they're full of pain, full of tsar. The difficulty for a child going through this must be terrible.
People ask me, how do I have the courage to do this? Like you asked me before. I'll be honest. These people that donate, when I see RCCS, Mr. Lowy calls me, gives me a good word. I give him a good word. You call me. We all amachazik each other. We're not alone. We feel that everybody, and this gives us chizik to go weiter. We're about to say Tehillim. I want to say one small story. There was a big chassid in Auschwitz. Auschwitz called Rabbi Godel Eisner. He was giving chizik there, he was smiling, and he was giving courage to the oilam. We're going to live this through. One day, the Nazi Yamach comes into the barrack and he says, Chevre, a Teuten march. We're going to now march kilometers of kilometers of kilometers. Whoever falls down on the floor gets a bullet. We're not going to ask you why you fell down. A bullet, straight to Shamayim. 1, 2, 3, go. Start moving. They're moving, they're marching, they're moving. Here one person falls down, here another person falls down, and they get the bullets, they get killed, another. And people are seeing, this is my brother, this is my neighbor, this is my friend, people are dying. Reb Gadol was running, all of a sudden he feels he has no koyach. He's trying, he's pushing, another second, another, till he fell down on the floor. And the Nazi comes over to him, he says, Yude! Stand up, I'm going to shoot you! He says, I can't. He says, you can, you don't want. He says, I can't. He was putting the bullet into all of a sudden, the person in back that was running saw Reb Gadol is getting shot. And he's screaming, Shema Yisrael. He said 2 words. Gadol, life, run. He got such a chizik from these 2 words. Gadol, life. He jumped up and he started running. And he survived the Mulchama, and he was the biggest mashgiach in Gary, had thousands of Talmidim. 2 words. Gadol, life. This is our mission tonight. We're here to say tell the Chol Yisrael, Gadol, life! You fell down, we're going to pick you up with the words, run! You're going to survive this. Rabbi Sai, I want to ask, on behalf of RCCS, we always start this auction with Doirain, Tefillah, and Milchama. We start with Tefillah. The Doirain is your giving. Milchama, fighting the cancer, is RCCS's job. Let's do the part of Tefillah. Let's rise, everybody. And we're going to say, Kapitel, Kif Lamet, Tehillim. I will say it slowly, that everybody should be able to say it along with us. And we're going to open the Shara Shemayim and ask from Hashem that all these parents should come home to their families. The kids should come home. They should be able to be zoichet to make Yom Tov Chanukah healthy together with their families. Shira Malois Mimamakim Kirusichu Adoinoi Adoinoi Shimu Bekoili Tienu Osnechu Kashivois Lekoil Tachaninoi Im Avoinois Tishmolia Adoinoi Miyamoid Ki Imchu Aslichu Leman Tivurai Kivisi Adonai, kivsu nafshi, veledvurai oicholti. Nafshi l'Adonai, mishoymenem laboiker, shoymenem laboiker. Yachar Yisroel el Adonai, ki im Adonai achesed, ve'arba'im oifedes, ve'yivdes Yisroel, mikoil Adonai sof. Rabbi Aaron, we should be zoichet to prava the saddest doors of all these Choyle Yisrael. The Beis HaMikdash
Amen, amen.
They're all going to bring carbon toides.
You shouldn't need to be on the show again. Amen. Yashikoyach Rav Leibish, thank you as always. And now to some words from our sponsors.
Tonight, we stand together, not just as individuals, but as a united force. Tonight, we stand for those who cannot stand for themselves, for Choyle Yisrael, for the sick, the suffering, the ones who need our help the most. We gather here tonight with one purpose: to make a difference. Behind every table, behind every gesture are the hostesses, women of wonder whose hearts beat with compassion, women who, with every ounce of their strength, have chosen to stand up. They stand as pillars of strength, lifting spirits, spreading hope, and reminding us that, in the face of it all, joy and kindness still have the power to heal. To these incredible women, thank you. Your commitment will echo far beyond this room. Your courage, your kindness, your willingness to stand up for those in need, it will change lives. Together, we're more than just a community. We're a force to be reckoned with. Tonight, we rise, we laugh, and we make a difference. Because when we stand together, nothing can stop us.
And we are back. I was just eating backstage over there, some great food, cholent, all that stuff, and I found these lentils. I love my lentils. And I noticed on here it says $9.99. $9.99. Things are getting very expensive. Do you see why we need this money? Things are not cheap.
Those are the kind of things you find on the table in shul after Purim from the leftovers in Shalach Manas.
Yeah,
I don't know if anybody eats that.
It doesn't taste $9.99.
It's like a backup.
It's like $3.99. If you would get this in the hospital, then it would cost $9,999, and that's why we need your money to really get everyone well. Lentils, and RCCS thinks of all these things.
Is that what Yaakov Avinu ate? The lentils?
It's similar. Some Farshim talk would say it had lentils had a mint. It was mint lentils, but we won't get into the Farshim right now. If you're just joining us, how do people buy tickets? What do they do right now?
Well, the first thing is the heart. Obviously, the heart is. You got to want to give. Yes. We need it. We absolutely need it. This has been a hard year. There's no question about it. We know what's going on in the world. And in order to keep up and help the patients, close to 6,000 patients RCCS is helping, you got to have the heart, you got to really care, and you got to really want, and that's where it starts from. So, but for more practical, you can call in, or you could go to rccsauction.org. There's so many different options, so many great tickets to buy, but we need your help. Obviously, it's all about, the tickets is just to make it a little more fun, a little more enticing, but it's really, it really saves a tremendous amount of lives just to get to see what my colleagues do every single day.
Yes.
Is phenomenal. I always say if people would just come and sit in our office for an hour, just sit near one of the medical people, on the phone with a hospital, with a doctor, with a patient, we wouldn't have to do any fundraising, right? But you can't put hundreds of thousands of people in our office every day, so this is a little chance to show people why it's so important. But we really
it's amazing what goes on over here in the office. You have the cubicles, and you have a bunch of Haimisha people that are there, and also from diverse groups in the Jewish community that are there, and they have different specialties. Could you expound on that?
Yeah. So instead of being just, a referral agency or medical guidance agency for all types of diseases, RCCS is very specialized, obviously, to cancer only. And then even within cancer, there's so many different types. There's so many different subtypes. There could be hundreds of thousands of different kinds of subtypes of cancers and different variations and crossovers. So we have 12 different departments, each one dedicated to a different cancer type. So the person who runs, brain tumors has seen hundreds of brain tumors, knows all the doctors, all the nurses, and their secretaries who are involved in, with that specific cancer. They're doing all the research they need to do. They're learning what the latest trials are, what the latest treatments are, and they're making sure that patients have access to all those things.
Yeah, I've been eavesdropping on the cube, and I don't understand a word they're saying, and it's not because it's in Yiddish, it's because it's in medical terms. They speak like doctors. The amount of wealth of cutting edge information that each department knows is amazing.
We went to davening mincha here, and we needed a 10th. So one of my colleagues, Chaim Klein, came in. He was here already daven, and he's sitting and he's like scrolling the whole mincha through some kind of gray matter image situation, And I said to him after mincha, I'm like, "What is it that you're looking at?" So he's talking. I'm comparing two brain scans, patient's brain scan from 2 months ago versus now, to see if the mass is the same size, larger, smaller. And then my other colleague was sitting with him, Menachem Oberlander, and I said, don't the doctors do that? Why do you need to, measure the tumor? He says, well, a lot of times the doctors do it quickly and they don't get to fully investigate it properly. So just as a precaution, we're looking through it again. We actually see something we're not sure the doctor picked up on.
Wow.
Besides that that they're doing that, and the second guessing doctor, but the fact that they have the knowledge to be able to do that is insane.
Yeah, I love watching Haimish people talking medical. It really gives me a lot of nachas.
You're really going there on the Haimish.
I love it. It's just amazing. It's just amazing, and they know more than and not like in the Haimish way of like they know better than you. They actually know better than I think a lot of regular doctors. Because they hone in on their specialty.
Yeah, and they're just doing so much research. And we once had a doctor, we asked him about, for one of his patients, so he said, there's a trial going on in your hospital that maybe the patient's a candidate for. He says, I didn't even know about the trial. So we said, could you get the patient in? He says, can you guys help me get the patient in? He said, it's your hospital, your colleague. He says, it's a whole different department, different side of the building. I don't have access. You guys have more pull to get the patient into that trial than I do.
Wow.
That's to have that wider knowledge and know what's going on, and when there are crossovers and when there are things that relate to each other, and to try medications of different things for other things. That knowledge takes a very wide scope, and you really need to.
Wow. And so far we're holding 4,132,000 to help Chayei Yisrael. Every single dollar goes to helping our community in their most difficult of times. So right now, if you haven't yet bought any prizes, we have some great prizes here. Let me just read off. We have the grand prize, which can win up to $25,000 in cash. The more you donate, the more you can win. We have free gifts. $180 package and up entitles you to a free gift. Some of our free gifts include earbuds, comic books, a Keto MP3, Waterdale Gadol, American Dream Water Park, and a lot more stuff. We have prizes like the Nostalgic Journey, tickets and trip for 2 in Eretz Yisrael or Europe. We have Lusso jewelry for $10,000 worth of jewelry. That will help your Shalom Bayis.
Yes, I'm winning that, so nobody else should put in for that. Mendy, take a look at this in the book. The pink pages. It's got 4 different sides. Names. Little tiny names. Thousands of names of women of wonder who have hosted parties, co-hosted parties, hosted pages. And that number that you see, 4.132, is thanks to a lot of different people working really, really hard.
And if you turn it upside down,
it says moo.
It says mom.
Oh, mom. Okay.
Yeah, M-O-M, mom, because it's the.
They are moms, and they're moms who putting in their
Only
family
moms.
time and listing their kids in the chesed. Some are knocking on doors, collecting. So it's
incredible.
I'm
I've
sure.
gotten messages, WhatsApps from so many different people in so many different communities that, and they're involved because they they know somebody. They're affected by the amazing work of RCCS.
Melia,
So
there's a staff meeting going on, and I want to go check it out and see if we could learn some things from the meeting.
I love the eavesdropping. Let's go take a look.
Yeah, we're gonna go take a look.
Let's go.
All right, so we're gonna head over.
Okay. Let me just take my lentils.
Your
with
lentils.
me. Yeah, I'm collecting lentils. All right,
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. It so happens to be that today there's a very high-level meeting going on in the RCCS offices. Reb Hershel Cohen and some of the major committees are all sitting together talking about the expansion and the growth of the organization. We're going to see if we could sneak in and get a little questions in. Reb Hershel, can I butt in for a second? Okay. So, like I said, this is a very high-level, important meeting. And we're going to, if we could just chepper a little bit, a couple of questions. The viewers at home who are supporting the organization deserve really to know about all the amazing work that you all do. So a special treat, I think, is the 19th auction, is we've never got to see Reb Hershel Cohen and speak with him on the show, so this is a real special opportunity. If I could, the only way to do it is just to barge in. Reb Hershel is a busy man, and it's a kavod to meet you every time I get to see you, and kavod that you're on the show. Reb Hershel obviously is the founder of the organization. I always say that it's the RCCS. It's not an organization somebody decided to open. It's an extension of someone's chesed. His chesed was so big that it got too big for one person to handle, and that's what you see here around the table is more bali chesed, and that's the RCCS is Reb Hershel's dream. And so Reb Hershel, we'll start with you. It's behind you on the wall, the big logo RCCS. It's a name that the whole world recognizes. Your chesed that you built up. If you could tell us how it all started, how this big organization came to be.
It started with one person, my close friend and a close family member, got hit with a horse and a wagon in Central Park. And he made an accident and was unconscious, and they took him into the hospital. And right away they called me because I was very close with him. And when I got there, doctors told me right away what's going on over here, that he has a tumor in the head. And I saw that the nurses were asking him about the insurance. So I tell him, he says to me quietly, my insurance lapsed just recently. So I went right over and I just told him, listen, don't worry about it. I'll pay the insurance, and it was still in the 18 months that they could do the insurance. So when I took care right away on the insurance, and we decided to treat him in the hospital. And as I took my cousin, after rehab, we took him away to take care. I figured I'll take him away from everybody. Started to lose his hair and his beard after he went to the treatments. I took him to California, to Palm Springs. And sure enough, I mentioned it comes in over there. And I'll never forget that. The Baba Rebbe was also there, the old Baba Rebbe. And he calls me over, why does this Sinai look so bad? So I tell him what the story is. Wow. And he said, you know what? He went over to him after Shachris and tells him, you're going to come with me every day. The next 2 weeks I'm staying here. He went with him, walking and mechazik him for a couple of hours every day. And gave him chizik and told him stories about how he went through Holocaust, just to bring him up alive. Then the idea of RCCS came up on the table while we were walking. He says, it's a great idea. It's going on like unbelievable what's going on. I've been hearing a lot. People are coming to me. He says, I would like to open an organization. I have 3 patients in my building that I just take care of. How are we going to be able to do this? He says, it's an excellent idea. And I told him what I have in mind. And we came through. And I came back, he gave me a signature, the first signature he gave me to run RCCS.
Amen, Mr. Shem. So let me then, you introduce the budget committee. Let me go back to Rabbi Eli Hartman and Rabbi Moshe Fried. So part of growing an organization means achrayus. With a budget of over $30 million, that's all tzedakah money. It's all people giving from their income, their parnasa, their hard work. And they want to know that their money is being spent properly, that every dollar is being weighed if it needs to be spent or doesn't need to be spent, so that the maximum care is given to Chaylim. You've recently joined and created a budgetary committee to review different campaigns and events and make sure that we're doing everything responsibly. If you could share a little bit of the...
First, let me clarify. A meeting like this is a different kind of meeting. Usually we have our budget committee. It's more than us, it's a few more.
Usually there's food.
No, we don't allow food. We don't approve food.
I don't approve food. So you're the...
Usually it's a meeting between the budget committee just to approve bills to make sure we're getting the right prices. We're spending the amount that is needed, but usually we don't know where we save our money. It's once a year that we sit with the medical team, and he gives us an update on where the money that we save, where it goes to, and that's a good feeling in a certain sense.
Huh?
But we both are busy people. We usually run our own businesses, and we run this the same way we do at our own business, watching every dollar, making sure that every dollar spent has the right amount of income return.
It's such a selling point to tell when people should hear that the people who are running the organization, the people who are overlooking the expenses, the founder of the organization, they're not paid employees and they're very busy people. And whatever time they're giving is coming off of their family time or work time, and it's a tremendous dedication. Could you tell us, Real Moshe, what's the process a little bit? Like, how do you approve things? The bills are being sent to you?
Before each and every campaign, a budget needs to be approved, the overall budget. And we go over line by line and, we cut certain things and, see what's important and whatnot. And we approve a budget and we have an estimated income, a projected income, and, we compare it, the expenses versus the income that we expect. And then afterwards, when the checks are starting to come in, we need every single expense, every single check gets approved by a few of us as a chain. It's done online, so it gets approved by number one, then it goes to second command, and then the check can go out.
It's such a beautiful thing. People don't know that this level of responsibility that there is in RCCS. Like, say in my staff, if they go and they buy something for an event, or it's got to be approved by me, committee, 2 people, then it goes to the treasurer and the controller and the CFO before the check goes out. That's how careful RCCS is with the money. So it really, I think, for a donor is such an important thing to recognize, that every dollar is being quadruple checked with a pre-budget and each thing. So Yasher Koyach, I'm sure that takes a lot of time, but it should be a schus for all of you. Shimi, I called you the #1 volunteer. That's because I was thinking about this last night, actually nothing to do with this. How we do a golf tournament, Shimi shows up, how can I help? We do a hockey tournament, Shimi shows up, how can I help? So it's not just what he does, it's what he wants to do. He just wants to do more and more and more and help more. And RCCS is his biggest chesed. He does other ones too. And it's very special to have you here. And your bias, of course, your wife is one of the major players in the Chinese auction, working together with Mrs. Cohn, coordinating the coordinators. And these 1,000 parties that happened, very much thanks to your wife and all the effort she puts in. And I was asking you what you eat for supper, but since you're also busy running around making deliveries and helping, it's really now just the kids who are stuck at home. So, Uber Eats, okay.
For the record, we approve food by meetings. Now, Baruch Hashem, I think it's 9 years since my wife's been involved, and watching the auction grow is tremendous, and seeing the numbers go up, and then seeing all the coordinators. Every location has multiple coordinators, and just the amount of volunteer hours that get put into this auction is you can't quantify. These women are Shia, right? What are we? 18 hours a day. These women are literally working on this 18 hours a day for the last month.
Wow.
I'm not believe as well.
And then it was last year they brought me into the financial audit committee, and to me that just took it to the next level, where they're like, okay, it's nice that you're raising $4 million, but the organization wants to make sure that every penny, like they said, is spent correctly. And every time, it's not, we meet before the campaign to discuss, we meet after the campaign to discuss, and then multiple times throughout the campaign, there's an emergency Sunday morning conference call because something needs to be discussed or approved. But every time we're brought an expense request, it always comes with, we may be spending a little more on this year, but this is how we're going to be cutting on something else. And I've heard Mrs. Cohn say multiple times, this is Mom and Hagdish. She makes our job very easy because she cares so much about every penny, not every dollar, not every $1,000, every penny. For me, when I get the invoices, it's easy to approve because I know it's the right.
And I think that the fact that Muncie is the highest raising team, so not just the entire auction is being affected by the Schlüsselfeld duo, but the Muncie team itself is clearly a leader thanks to the Schlüsselfeld's efforts and the Shibi's page, which raised quite a lot of money.
Baruch Hashem, I think it's all due to the credit of my wife. I think my wife's friends and family realize her dedication to this organization, and they show it, Baruch Hashem.
Shekarach, it should be a bracha to you and your family also. And Shaya has some of the most very interesting things. I'm jump over for 1 second, and I'm just going to ask Reb Chaim, you've been at the helm of the organization for a number of years. You know about the growth and the expansion internally and the mechanics. If you could share a little bit about the growth. How many employees do we have now?
Unfortunately, we have over 100 employees worldwide. That's both our organization in America and in Israel. I always tell people, it seems like one organization. It's multiple organizations. But while that sounds like a large staff, as Rabban keeps talking about, and they keep talking about, every hire is approved by volunteers. It's mamish, mamen, hektish. Every single hire is approved by a committee of volunteers, most of them being interviewed as well to make sure that, again, we're bringing in the talent and the malachim that we have around this table. We're bringing in similar people so that we can continue to build the organization into what it is.
Can we really say that the core engine of RCCS are all volunteers? All the money, all the hiring, all the ideas, the approvals are all
100%, and it spills over. It influences all of the staff. It spills over, who are also incredible. They're volunteers themselves. The amount that every single employee puts themselves into the organization, it's not a salary. They start to live and breathe the organization.
I thank you personally for your leadership.
Okay.
And Amit Hashem, continued growth. And I'm going to turn to Shaya. We're talking about growth. An organization becomes so large, and it's helping close to 6,000 patients a year. About 4,000 of that here in the United States. It's what was one person, which became 2 people, and then 3 people, and little different departments needed a powerhouse to come in at the top and make sure everything's running properly, restructure what needs to be restructured, and make sure that we're dealing with the most well-oiled and efficient machine to help Chayei Yisrael. Shai, you've been appointed in that position. How many years ago you here already?
It's going to be 2 years.
2 years. And since then, the organization has morphed into a bigger, larger, and better chesed machine. And I think the viewers deserve to know a little bit about what you've been accomplishing, you and your wonderful team.
What happened is now you jumped into a meeting that we're presenting for the budget committee. They do all these, making sure that every dollar is spent the right way. And I'm glad to hear this because the same as you get a report from me on a minimum on an annual basis and sometimes more often, every dollar that you save, we're able to use towards the Chayei Yisrael directly. If it goes towards their doctor bills, if it goes towards their insurance premiums, if it goes towards co-pays, if it goes towards anything that is needed directly for the patient, direct services for the patient. So I'm glad to hear that. And again, it's my honor to present. And what we review is usually when these meetings, we go through the services that was done through the year. Also, what we do is we go through if there's any new services. And the highlights, just one of the things that we were discussing is the last quarter, which started October 1st, which is still not done, the quarter is not done yet, we have seen in America close to about 375 new patients since October 1. The Israeli side, we saw about 275 patients since October 1, till today's date actually, till the last hour or so. These reports are all active, current data that we have. There's other information that we shared is regarding the services. The last year we serviced patients over 16 countries, okay, and 35 states in the United States of America that we have patients. Most of our patients are located in the tri-state area. We have a huge population in Florida. We have the population in California, and then, but throughout the states, we have served patients throughout the last year. We have seen patients actually that are currently active patients. We have patients that are from the age of 0 till age of 95. We don't have any break in between. Every single year age we have patients, unfortunately. We have a 97-year-old and a 98-year-old. So those are the patients, but that basically shows that the patients survive, and there's a lot of stuff that we could help to do for these patients in order to prolong their life and have a quality of life. We also reviewed, as I said, all the services that we do. So we're doing, as you could take a look at, we're going through the basic services that we're doing. This has a lot of details as well, but these are the basic services that we do. So again, I would like to thank the committee, the budget committee, and everybody that's involved to help make our lives and our work towards the patients easier.
Somebody once told me the story that he was in a hospital, one of the big hospitals in the city, and a nurse said, "God must not like you guys." She said, "Why?" He said, "There's so many Orthodox Jews here in the hospital." And the person said, "Well, you don't understand. There's an organization called RCCS that pays for people's insurance, and it allows our community to take advantage of the best hospitals that exist. So when you working in one of these, one of the biggest institutions in the world, and you see it full of Orthodox Jews, the other hospitals are empty of Orthodox Jews, but it's because of an organization like RCCS that's supporting and making sure patients are able to access this type of care."
Yeah, but again, for your understanding, the way we send patients, the patients that are sent to hospitals that specialize in the treatment that is best for that specific patient. It's not about MSK, it's not about NYU. If they have the doctor that's the right shliach or the right treatment protocol, then these patients will be driven towards that doctor, towards that hospital.
You often bring patients from Israel to...
Thank you to what was done, because we have this office in Yerushalayim, the RCY organization, that is the sister organization of RCCS of the United States, we're able to keep most of the Israeli patients remain with the care that we provide for them and with the guidance and with the financial assistance that we help them. We have seen over 2,000 patients in RCY office over the last year.
And most of them could remain there because of the care. Okay, I'm sorry to disrupt such an important meeting, but people do need to know. If you could give the viewers a birchas kohen and thank them for their support.
Hashem should bench you, everybody. We should close down RCCS ASAP with a big lobby. And we should all have nachas and a freilich and Chanukah should be lights for alle Yiddische Kinder in the Azi. See the service and a freilich and Chanukah. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you.
Rabbi Steyer, that was an amazing interview. Thank you very much. I can't believe everyone is in the boardroom right now. It's late at night and they're still there, and that is what Rifei Chaylim Cancer Society is all about, RCCS. There's no hours. It's 24/7. Literally, they're there for Klal Yisrael no matter what. I've seen it with lots of people, and when anyone talks about RCCS, they have this kind of tone about them that it's like family. It really is like family, and hopefully you should never know about it. And if you don't know about it, that's even a bigger reason for you to buy a prize tonight. We're holding at $4,159,000 to help Klal Yisrael, to help Chayil Yisrael. If you didn't yet get a prize, put your name in the hat. I'm gonna pick it. I'm going to pick it. 877-332-2808. 877-332-2808. rccsauction.org. Right now, I am very pleased to welcome a very special guest that has joined me over a decade ago right here in RCCS. And he has covered many presidents. He is so unique and so funny. Please welcome Jake Turks.
Hello. Hi, Mandy. Wait, I'm supposed to look at you or the camera?
You can look at me, the camera, whatever you feel most comfortable. Some people don't like making eye contact. It's awkward. So, whatever you're most comfortable.
Anybody who feels awkward now, look away. Am I? I'm not. Oh, I'm on this one now.
Yeah,
okay.
We're on the wide one.
Oh. See, I was kind of looking at that one because there's a screen. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, but it's okay.
Yeah,
Mandy, this is so exciting.
Yeah. First of all, I have to say that since the last time we were on RCCS, you have aged nothing. Nothing at all.
What's my secret, right?
Yeah, Ari, I can't, he, maybe a little bit. You look even younger. What is your secret? What's going on? What's your regimen?
So my secret is, you see like the two white hairs? I got them when Trump screamed at me 8 years ago, and then I decided, let me not go through that again, and then we got no more white hairs.
Let's. I'm glad you brought up. I wanted to ask you about that. Okay?
I stole the question from you, didn't I?
Because I saw that. I saw you like you were so excited. You got up there.
I was so nervous. I was so nervous. I had no idea.
You were like the guy in the shear, like that feels like he has to ask a question.
Yes.
And so he's just thinking of any possible thing, but it's a stira, and he comes up with something. He just has to ask a question. Was I right on that?
Yes. Except that I had a question, and it was.
Did you think about the question before you asked it?
Yes, of course. I had it written down. It was on my notepad, and I even had like all the words that I crossed out and then replaced with other words because I was trying to be very not ruffle any feathers.
For those young people that don't know what we're talking about, how many years ago was this?
A kid came over to me, like a 7-8-year-old kid, and he's like, "What was the thing with Trump when he screamed at you?" And I'm like, "Wow, that was before this guy was born."
Wow.
And then I felt old, but then I looked at myself and I didn't look old.
You didn't look old, so you're
confused.
doing okay. So he got up and he asked a very innocent question about anti-Semitism, right?
Yes.
And Trump, I think, if he actually listened to the question,
I just wanted to know what his policy was about.
Right.
That was like
is
really
he
the
pro-Semite or anti-Semite?
Literally, you can't. Yeah.
And I think
I think he meant to say pro, but it didn't come out that way.
Right. I think you were trying to show that he's doing well. You're trying to give him and show that the Jewish community was happy.
Yeah.
You were
like, here's a T-ball. Here's a T-ball. Do something with it.
You were feeding him like some good stuff, and then he took it as a criticism.
Yeah.
And that's when he said, sit down, right?
Yeah, he called me a liar. He said I was being insulting and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was great. And then 2 minutes later, we forgot about it.
No one forgot about it.
He forgot.
Oh, he
moved on.
He moved on.
We moved on. No, we moved on. Yeah.
In the next...
No, I haven't, because anytime like I meet someone for the first time, they're like, "Oh, you're the guy who..." He's the guy who...
He's the guy that should sit down.
If I like cure, let's say something, I gotta say the name, but let's say I cure something, then the headline is gonna be, "Guy that Trump screams at cures blank."
Right. I just want to tell them there was a present that I sent him right after that. I went into the English Siddur, and I got where it says, "You may be seated," and I blew it up really big, and I sent it to him. It's hanging in his living room.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Now, in the next
welcome.
Trump presidency, are you going to ask all your questions sitting down? It's like a checkmate. Checkmate.
Yeah.
He can't.
Can't
the only thing he could say
is
stand
stand up. Get out of here. Stand up and get out. Yeah.
He's like, I can't see you. I can't see you.
It's interesting because that was his first press conference as president. So you kind of got to give it, he wasn't so good at it yet.
Right.
And so it wasn't planned. It was 3 weeks into his first term. And so they didn't have a mic. So after that press conference, they have like 2 interns with mics, and they go and they give the mic because I didn't have a mic. So I screamed that question. He answered, and then I was sort of like, "Oh, no, that's not what I was saying." And he couldn't hear me. because I didn't have a mic, and he did.
Are you covering the next term, 47? Are you going to be there?
Was I impeached? Did I have an election stolen from
I don't
me?
know if they barred you, if they have your picture hanging by the White House. Turks, don't let him in.
Yeah, this is going to be my 4th president. 2 of them orange, but 4 presidencies.
You before Trump,
I started
you were covering.
I started with Obama.
With Obama, wow.
Yeah, the end of Obama.
Did you get any questions in with Obama?
I did. I got one.
Okay. Do you have? What's your first question that you want to ask Trump? I know you know. So what is it?
So I say on behalf of almost every Jewish person I know, can you please go onto his WhatsApp thing and just donate money? That's what everybody wants me to ask him.
Right. Like, could you add me so I could get your status?
Can I get to your Hanukkah party, please?
Yes.
Like that.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty interesting. And so tell me.
Nobody asked him such a question, by the way. Like someone's like, "Hey, can I have a loan of like $1 million, like your father did it?" It's not. $1 million not even a lot of money anymore.
Yeah, you should.
No one
by
asked
the way,
him.
you should fundraise. You should say like, "Listen, I'm here covering RCCS right now, and we have a question at RCCS. So we'd like you to donate $10 million
or a building,
or a building, yes." Yeah. And we'd like to call it the Trump RCCS building.
Yeah, but he has to pay extra for the naming rights.
Yeah, for sure, yes. So what's something else that's funny? A funny story that we didn't see. Everyone saw you get, like the Rosh Yeshiva telling you to sit down. But what's something we didn't see? Something funny.
Oh my gosh, I did not prepare. Yeah. Something funny.
Yeah.
With Trump or
4 years with Obama.
No,
with
Biden.
Biden. There were no press conferences.
Biden was just sad. Biden was just sad.
Was he really geschluffed?
Not like people thought. I mean, it was worse and not as bad at the same time.
Okay.
You have to understand that every time he's facing a camera and he knows that he has millions of people watching and he remembers the last 3 times he messed up, it just makes it so much more likely he'll mess up again.
I see.
That's just like, he would get very nervous and he would get agitated quickly. When you're, think of it, for 50 years, this guy is davening every day, Hashem, please make me president, please make me president. And then he runs once and he doesn't, and he's, done. And then he runs again, he doesn't even get 1%. So he's like, Hashem, this is my calling, right? You want me to be the president. Like, why are you humiliating a guy less than 1%? And then Hashem makes him vice president. He's like, oh, okay, someone's going to bump him off, and that's my ticket in. And then Obama's second term, and no one touched him yet. And when is Biden's turn going to be? And then he's like, oh, as soon as I leave, Obama's going to, he'll endorse me, and then I'll win. And like, Obama's like, no, I'm going to go with Hillary. So for his entire life, he's like, all right, I'm never going to be president. He goes to the basement. He just, he cries himself out. And then one day someone comes and he's like, hey, you won. And he's like, oh, what did I win? Come on. I'm not joking around. Not a joke. So you got to, by the way, be very careful with the trademark with it's not a joke, because that's like one of his catchphrases.
It's not a joke?
Yeah, not a joke.
And also I think he says, look. A lot of politicians say this.
Look,
before they even think. They have words while they're thinking of the answer. You notice with politicians?
And by the way.
They're like, look.
And by the way.
What you asked is very interesting question.
And by the way. Look, and by the way.
Look,
it's like,
look and by the way. Yes.
Right. He has used a lot of filler words. Okay, I'll tell you something interesting. Okay, so I used to love watching the teleprompter.
30 seconds left.
The teleprompter, a giant screen that says the president's speech, and then you're watching him talk, but then you're watching what he's meant to say, and you see how often they mess up. So Trump had this thing where sometimes, if you notice, he starts saying a story that has nothing to do with the thing, but all the way at the end, you see how it ties in. It's because he misread a word, but he just went with it.
Yes.
And then he figured out a way how to jump back on.
And I love when he agrees with the teleprompter. Like, you can tell he's reading, and then he's like, yes, exactly what they say.
It's one of my... No, but he literally, sometimes he agrees.
Yes.
And sometimes he disagrees. Mexico is sending millions, more, billions, a lot more. Gonna fire that guy.
Wow.
And then sometimes he's like, China, so true. He stops and he's like, that guy knows, he gets it.
Yeah, the teleprompter is listen, you can read
but here's the punchline.
Yes.
4 seconds. So after a few months, they removed the teleprompter screen because it was starting to happen so often that Biden would just go off script or mispronounce a word that they completely got rid of the teleprompter, or when they had it, they made sure it's out of line of sight of the press.
Interesting. Little behind the scenes of the
Yeah.
White House. Very interesting. And you could read Turks' column every week in Ami magazine, and
More or less, yeah.
more or less, if he gets his act together before a deadline, and Rabbi Frankfurter likes it, then it's posted. And it's always great watching you and seeing everything that you write. You're very funny. You're very smart. Thank you very much.
You're
for
very
coming.
nice.
We're gonna play a game soon, so
yeah.
We're gonna have some more fun. But you gotta buy prizes. Gotta buy prizes. 877-332-2808. 877-332-2808. rccsauction.org. And now we're gonna have Kumsitz sensation, Melech Bronstein.
Chalav Yisrael needs you.
Huh?
Chalav Yisrael needs.
An extraordinary individual who has dedicated their life to the pursuit of excellence in cancer treatment. On behalf of the RCCS Board of Directors, the medical team, and thousands of patients, families, and supporters whose lives have been touched by their work, we are privileged and honored to present to you tonight Dr. Massimo Cristofanilli.
Searching for a miracle, the fear, the pain, despair, hopelessness and loneliness. I cry out, I'm so scared. Hoping for a miracle, protect me from the storm, the clouds, the dark, a world of unknown. Asking for a miracle, not knowing where to turn. The broken hearts, the sleepless nights, please help me understand. Praying for a miracle, the sword seems oh so near. I need your light, your touch, your guiding hand. Of song, compassion, kindness, end of story. Our prayers earned, the life preserved. No tears in vain, now no more pain at all. Oh, miracle! I believe, yes, I believe in miracles. Care, concern, I smile once more, now safe and warm. Gone is the storm, the life sustained, the future's real. The hopes and dreams are mine to feel again. Oh, miracles. deserve. No tears in vain, now no more pain at all. Oh, miracle, I believe, yes I believe in miracle. Care, concern, I smile once more, now safe and warm. Gone is the storm, a life sustained, the future's real. The hopes and dreams are mine to feel again. Oh,
Today is perfect. This moment feels right. You and your family are safe, healthy, and well provided for. So let's work together to keep things exactly that way. Let's protect those who matter most to you. And as they grow, let's grow the power of that protection. Your family deserves a lifelong relationship with a BFG associate. A direct connection with a professional whose mission is to protect you and your loved ones against the catastrophic. Together, we can get this done. Visit bfgny.com to find your family's protector.
That's right, we are here live at the RCCS headquarters, and we just came back from a nice shout out to BFG. I'd like to give a personal shout out to BFG because...
Can I give a shout out to BFG too?
Are you a client of BFG?
No, I don't know what it is. I just don't want to miss out.
Give a shout out. Give a
big shout out to my friends at
I'll connect you.
BFG.
I'll connect you. Do you have life insurance?
Yes.
I
have a lot of
life insurance.
BFG.
Do you have BFG?
I think I do. I think it's through BFG, yeah.
Even if you have a different company, you should get BFG to audit, to take a look at it.
I actually think that mine is through BFG.
I did that. I had an annoying BFG associate that was chasing after me. You know these guys, they keep calling and they're like, I know you have life insurance, but let me just look it over. Let me just look it over. That was very nice. You know, like, I just want to make sure you're protected. And I kept on like saying, not now, not now. Finally, I ran out of excuses. So he came over to my office, and it turns out I didn't have life insurance. It lapsed a few years earlier. I had it on auto pay, and then like my card got lost or stolen. So
it's a good thing you didn't die.
Thank God. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. But
you know who's the easiest person to sell life insurance to? Mashiach Ben Yosef. Like, listen, in a couple of weeks, just trust me. Just $10 million plan. Just trust me.
The only question is the associate. My associate sent me a bottle of whiskey, you know, and with a little note like, "How's your policy doing?" And I was trying to figure out like what exactly is he asking? Should I answer that before I finish the bottle? After the bottle?
It's like the dentist sending you choo-choos.
But seriously, there's so many. The associates at BFG, even if they were annoying, they saved Klal Yisrael through so much hardship. So I'm giving a shout out to you. The exact words is, we're raising the torch to BFG.
Right, but you should just know that BFG is more than just life insurance. I believe that they have a lot of financial
disability
planning
insurance,
and disability insurance, and it's more than even insurance. It's also like, I think it's financial.
They send whiskey in the mail.
They send whiskey in the mail, but yeah, BFG is an amazing place.
Yeah.
And it's a nice building. I've been there once.
Yeah. Okay. So right now we are playing a game. Okay, because we're getting to the joke part. It's not a joke. So therefore, we're going to read some jokes that are not really jokes, and we're going to not laugh. We're going to say it straight. Anytime anyone laughs, they're going to lose points. And these points are worthless. They don't mean anything at all. Just saying that right off the bat. They're as useless as a fridge that you left the light on Shabbos. That useless. Okay. So
they're as useless as these jokes that we're about to say.
Yes, as useless. And don't.
Oh, it started?
Smile. Yeah, you lost a point.
Wait, I lost. How many did I start with?
2 points.
How many did I start with?
If you talk one more word, it's going to be 3 points.
but I'm sitting down.
I feel like color war in camp.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
2 points over the blue team.
Chazer,
Really.
Mishnayos, Baal Peh.
Oh,
Okay, here
we
we go.
left.
No,
We need a ref.
Oh yeah.
No, we're all reffing each other.
Yes.
We have to do this very quickly.
All right.
Okay. We're gonna do a combination of jokes that I found on one of my WhatsApp groups, and we have some dad jokes over here. These are cards that RCCS has been given out thanks to the company of
Yisroel Schwarz's company.
Yeah,
which
what's the
is,
name again?
Kinderspiel.
Kinderspiel.
Right, I think so.
Yes,
Yeah, Kinderspiel.
yes, Kinderspiel. I love Kinderspiel.
has these cards that they were selling in packs.
I'm waiting
kids are
for
collecting.
Kinderspiel to make a little Bernie Sanders. You know what I'm saying? It's just so. It's just so
I
Jewish.
think it's funny, but I
pretty
can't
funny.
It's hilarious.
It'll be very funny.
I think it's funny. I just can't laugh.
You think you're laughing on the inside?
Yeah.
Okay. That was the
They should
first
also
joke,
they
by
should
the
have
way.
a Bernie Sanders bobblehead. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now
a
I'm
good
gonna break the ice here by reading the first joke. What's as big as an elephant and weighs nothing? It's shadow.
Fact check.
Now you go. We got to do this quickly.
Okay. I'm gonna read one of the
Very
jokes that
serious.
are not in the thing.
There's a little schmeichel going on there.
Yes. No one living next to the cemetery can be buried in the cemetery. Do you know why? Because you don't bury people that are still alive.
That's practical.
Funny.
That's helpful.
Yeah, that's information.
Yes.
That's useful information. You
Right.
give us one.
Why is the letter E lazy? Because it's always found in bed.
It's always found in bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's true.
Okay, that is
E-D.
true. That is so true.
That is true.
That is so true.
That is true.
Okay. How much?
So wait. So this is my
We're gonna
personal
go. We're gonna go back
stash.
and forth.
Yeah,
we're gonna go back and
we're
forth.
gonna
Let's
need
try to
some
get
of
it.
the-
We gotta get
go
it quicker.
go,
We gotta
go,
go
okay,
quicker. Okay. All right. How much does it cost to swim with sharks? An arm and a leg.
Okay, that's great.
Yes.
That is very good.
Yes.
Yes, that's pretty good.
Uh-oh. Be careful.
No,
You just
no.
lost, and
Yeah,
that wasn't
it's
just
okay.
a little laugh. That was like.
No, but it wasn't about the
You're
joke.
keeping track outside. That was 13.
But it wasn't about the joke. I was
so
just
you
laughing.
just remembered something
yes,
that happened.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. I got one for you.
All right, 13 points you just
Yeah,
lost.
okay, I got
Yes.
one for you.
Go.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting
Moo.
cow. You just interrupted me.
You know what? I'll do it again.
Okay.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Hasidish interrupting cow.
Hasidish
Me.
You just interrupted me again.
That's the joke.
In a Hasidish way.
That's the joke.
Okay. All right, I concur.
It's a good thing you don't laugh because it's not a joke.
When's the best time to call your dentist?
At 2:30. Oh wait, am I allowed to answer?
Oh,
questions?
yeah, 2:30. 2:30.
2:30.
Tooth hurting.
But that's not a good
Right.
time. By then it's too late.
Yeah, okay, you go.
Should have done it early.
Next, we got to do this
What has
quickly.
60 keys but cannot open any doors?
We're telling
A
jokes here.
piano.
A piano.
A
Okay,
piano.
that's good.
Okay, I'll
It's not
go.
good.
All right,
It's
go.
not good. It's not good.
Last month I crashed my car into a cow. The insurance really milked it.
Okay. All right. I see that. That's okay. I don't tell dad jokes that often, but when I do, he laughs.
Because dad jokes.
Dad
depends
jokes.
what-
Okay.
Yeah.
Go. Turks.
Why do lions eat raw meat? Because they're terrible cooks.
Ah. Okay.
Okay.
Go.
5 ants were living in my backyard, and they each brought a friend. Now I have tenants.
Okay. I see. That's a
Tenants.
That's a landlord kind of joke.
That's
There's nothing
tenants.
serious about landlords.
There's no jokes about
You
that.
know, it's tough to
It's
have to
not a
pay
joke.
rent. There's people suffering, trying to
People are
make
really
ends
suffering.
meet. You know.
Yeah.
Which reminds me of.
Which reminds me that when they don't have money, all they get is the ends of the meat.
Yes. Yeah.
Also not funny.
No. But here's a.
It's funny. I just don't want to lose.
Talking about
Right.
real estate, I would tell you a construction joke, but I'm still working on it.
No. Then the pencil joke that didn't have a point. Say that next, and then
Yes.
afterwards
Oh,
say
no, now you go,
the
you go.
constipation
Your turn,
joke
your
because it
turn.
didn't come out.
Your
I'm
turn.
just telling you the word. Okay. What has 4 legs but can't move? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read the question of one with the answer of the next.
No, that's funny. I
Yeah,
concur.
that's
That's
funny.
pretty funny.
Yes.
Take away the G.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's
Yeah.
funny. It's not that
No
funny.
soap radio.
Yeah.
Alright.
What was the math book? Why was the math book sad? Because it had too many problems.
Oh, I thought because it was a Litvak.
Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick, go.
How do you know your clock is hungry? It goes back 4 seconds.
I knew I forgot something.
Okay.
Forgot the.
It goes back 4 seconds. You get it?
I get it. I get
It's
it.
funny.
I get it.
It's kind of a funny joke.
It's a hungry. I mean, nebuch.
Never.
Right. All right.
Sits there all day. Works
Okay,
hard.
Turks,
You
you're
try to
up
hold your
next.
hand like this.
You're up
all-
next. Go.
What do you call a puppy in the summer? A couple of miles a week. No, a hot dog.
Okay.
Oh, that's clever.
All right.
Yeah.
What's
It wasn't
one
my.
rule-
I read it.
What's
It's not
one
my-
rule you can't give at a bris? No name calling.
No name calling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you could, because like, what's the baby gonna do? Cry?
Right. It turns out that a cemetery is at the dead center of town.
I get that. That joke just hit a dead end.
These are just questions. They're not jokes.
No, there's answers in there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm saying it's like, okay, why did the queen go to the dentist? To get her teeth crowned.
Okay.
It's just a yeah.
You're saying you don't find them funny?
Yeah, maybe it's just maybe I'm not saying it right. Yeah. Which vegetable do singers like? Beets.
How does Trump like his coffee? With a lot of tweet. It's actually posts now.
Yeah,
So,
truths.
yes,
It's a lot of truths.
Yeah.
Oh, truths. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, quick. We got to
okay.
just spit it out. We don't have much time.
The
Quick.
truth is, I wanted to say a joke about a jump rope, but
Yeah.
I'll skip it.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I get that because you're skipping.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
Okay.
What starts with a T, ends with a T, and is full of tea? A teapot.
What's Trump's favorite type of music? Anything with a gold record.
Yeah, I can see Trump laughing at that one.
Yes.
Okay.
What do New Yorkers use to charge their phones? Battery Park.
That's almost funny.
Didn't they change it to like UL Carey Park? Or is that just a tunnel? No, I'm seriously.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Why do New York pigeons pay rent?
'Cause
Why
it's
don't they
worth
pay
it.
rent?
Oh, why don't they?
Yeah. They've got squatters' rights in the city's ledges.
They do.
Yeah.
I saw the
City's
contract.
ledges. Like the ledges.
The ledges, yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. You
Yeah.
know, reading all of these,
Yeah.
I could tell you, definitely not a joke.
What do you call a plastic king?
What?
A ruler.
A ruler.
What did they erase it? Say to the pencil, take me to your ruler.
Why are there so many Jews going to India lately? Because I heard they got a new Delhi.
Okay. It's a good reason to go.
Yeah.
It's actually funny.
Yeah, I made that up actually.
Yeah.
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 You should
Because
think
I
about
realized
comedy.
like these things are not. I'm
Yeah.
just going to use my own stuff.
You should think about doing comedy.
Okay. Okay.
I think you have potential in that.
All right. You know what? Let's stop while we're ahead. Okay. So far, it's a tie. You lost a little bit.
How did I
like,
lose?
Again, these points don't mean anything at all. They're like a shviger without a son-in-law, like a cholent mitzvah Shabbos. Because who eats cholent mitzvah Shabbos?
Someone that's not a joke.
Yes. So this was the not a joke segment where
Not a joke.
if you're listening to this, let me just tell you, everybody kept a very straight face.
Yeah.
We
Yes.
try to use
It was
dad
hard.
jokes.
It was very hard.
Yes, it was
Somehow we-
difficult. And one thing that will help bring a smile to our face and the face of lots of Klal Yisrael and Chayla Yisrael is if you join us together in bringing up this number. Right now it's 4,185,000.
When I was sitting here before, it wasn't even 4.1. It was like almost 4.1, and you were all excited that it's almost 4.1. It looks like it's almost 4.2.
Yes, we're getting there. Help us bring it to 4.2, 877-332-2808. What's the number?
877-332-2808.
And that's
Call-
rccsauction.org. And now, a word from our sponsor.
Every day, heroes among us face unimaginable battles. These are our warriors, our brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers. They fight with strength, courage, and hope. At RCCS, we're dedicated to being there every step of the way, easing their pain, lightening their burden, and giving them the strength to fight. Because when they're heroes, we're their team. Together, we bring hope, healing, and smiles. And now, a tribute to Chayla Yisrael, our heroes.
Today is perfect. This moment feels right. You and your family are safe, healthy, and well provided for. So let's work together to keep things exactly that way. Let's protect those who matter most to you. And as they grow, let's grow the power of that protection. Your family deserves a lifelong relationship with a BFG associate. A direct connection with a professional whose mission is to protect you and your loved ones against the catastrophic. Together, we can get this done. Visit bfgny.com to find your family's protector.
Wherever you go, wherever you are, there's nature. At Zallers, we take that nature and nurture it. Zallers' professional team does extensive research to produce premium kosher supplements, which are of the highest quality and easier to absorb. Manufactured in a GMP and NSF certified facility, it's either the best or not Zallers. As a third-generation company, Zallers vitamins have personal integrity ingrained, a family mission boasting premium nutrition. In addition, Zallers is synonymous with trusted advice to relieve common health conditions. Zallers supplements offer nutritional solutions to improve one's health and wellness by providing free advice on our nutritional hotline at 1-877-ASK-ZALLER and via email ask@zallers.com.
Okay, and we are back. This is amazing right now. We're having so much fun, eating lots of cholent, and we are getting up to almost 4,200,000 for Chayla Yisrael. And if you got a ticket already, we thank you so much. If you have not, please join us at rccsauction.org, 877-332-2808. Right in the other room, I hear people picking up the phone. The phones are ringing, so you can be one of those callers, 877-332-2808. And without further ado, there's someone that I had the pleasure of meeting many times. He's a staple here at RCCS, and his name is Zisha Lowy. He's sitting right here with me. Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you so much for having me again.
Right, you didn't actually come. You were here already.
Yeah, I've been here for over a decade.
Yes, you were here over a decade. Did you go home, or you were working and then you just stayed here?
I actually worked today out of our satellite office in Muncie, and then I came here and I've been here. So.
Okay, how big is the satellite office there?
In Muncie, we have desks for 16 people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't even know that.
Yep.
And I've been.
Maybe it's a secret, so it's
okay.
Very new. Yeah.
Okay, scratch that.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so what happened since last year? We had a conversation last year. Give me a quick synopsis. How was the year?
It's been an incredible year in many different ways, meaning, unfortunately, it's been a sad year because, as you've heard over the day, you've been speaking to many different people, that we serviced a very large number of patients, and every patient is not just a person, it's a family. There's mothers and fathers and siblings and children. 6,000 families that have been affected by this disease. However, it's also been an incredible year with new opportunities of new advancements in cancer therapies, new treatments that are constantly coming out on a daily basis. So it's been an incredible year in terms of opportunity to give that gave patients new hope good outcomes.
So since we spoke last year, there's been new advancements.
Every day, and this is probably one of the most exciting times in the field of cancer treatment.
So when there's a new advancement, what happens in the team?
Oh, so there's constant following of where different clinical trials are up to, and some of them are coming out in publications, some of them are coming out in conferences, and some of them are abstracts presented at different venues. And our incredible team is they're working day and night to stay up to date and keep up with all these new ideas. And this is truly life-saving. If you're not up to date and you don't know what's available tomorrow that wasn't available yesterday, you're not giving the patients the best.
I was passing through the workstations, the cubicles, and if I understood correctly, there was one of your associates was educating a doctor on a new treatment. Like the doctor was not familiar with it, and the doctor, I don't know if he called RCCS to find out more, or he was educating that. Is that correct? Does that happen here?
Yeah, this is something that we have on a daily basis, where doctors, they see what they have in their own little corner and sometimes their own institutions, and sometimes they don't even know what's available in their own institutions. Specifically when it comes to new clinical trials, it's very hard to keep up to date. And we've had a number of cases constantly where we would have conversations with the doctor and we would tell them, in this case, do you know that option A is available, option B? And I'll tell you a little story about that. We had a couple of months ago a young man who was diagnosed with a certain type of, a very rare type of cancer. And it's an aggressive type of cancer where the standard of care is just not good. The standard of care is not optimal. And he had surgery and went through the standard of care, but there was, unfortunately, they found metastatic disease in the lungs. And we told this doctor in a very reputable institution that, there's this new type of procedure that you can get with electric pulse fields. You can get these lung nodules out, and it doesn't even interfere with the systemic treatments that you're doing. He said, "Oh, I've never heard of that. Let me ask my guys." And he checked out with their own institution and with their interventional radiologist, and they said, "Yes, this is a very promising thing, but we don't have it here." And we're talking about a very, very reputable institution here in New York City. And he said, "Oh, I'm so glad that you're telling me about it. Can you connect me with someone?" And we connected them with another team in a different hospital, and together we were able to get this patient and this is something that we have literally on a daily basis. We have doctors coming in here all the time for different meetings, and that's part of what we do.
It must be pretty tricky though when there's like something new to make it happen, because it's not that simple.
Oh yeah, these new concepts and new therapies, it's not easy at all to get to them, specifically when they're in clinical trials, and our team is very, very focused on getting into clinical trials at the right time. That's a very hard judgment, that not to wait when it's too late and not to jump the gun a little too early, and really know which trials have been is promising for this particular situation. And they're very rigid. There's like a whole book of rules for each clinical trial that is manually written for each, and you really have to understand the inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, and how to line it up that it shouldn't affect the next line of therapy if this is not working. So there's a lot of details, and getting a foot in the door and making sure to jump when it's the right moment, and getting it done is, it's not an easy task, but we're happy to do that.
It sounds like doctors are like race car drivers, and they're going, and then the pit stop is RCCS. They get up and then they find, oh, we got new tires, we got this, we got getting all okay, and let's move on.
I mean, doctors are doing great job,
yes.
Great work, and we're not here to say that the doctors.
But it's a great partnership. It's an amazing partnership.
And I can tell you, we just had a case of a little girl of 7 years old. She was diagnosed with a very aggressive type of leukemia, and unfortunately has relapsed twice and 3 times and after bone marrow transplant. And they actually came up with a very decent plan about a certain type of protocol, a CAR T-cell therapy, but our team basically reached out to the doctor and said, you know what, this CAR T-cell is very exciting. It has a 50% chance of responding and doing good. But you know, in that institution, there is something that combines it with an even better one. It's a CAR T-cell targeting 2 different targets. And this has, in a small study, has shown to have 90 to 100% response rate. And the doctor said, if you can get the kid in, of course. So keeping up to date, it really makes a huge difference.
How does RCCS balance, because there's so much of just basic needs that are needed for the patient, for the family? How do you balance hyper focusing on all the specialties and the latest advancements, and also taking care of the everyday?
This is a very important question, and I feel that this is a big part of my role. Is yes, being super focused on the details, which really matter, and giving patients the best outcome, but also infusing people with the energy and compassion of making sure that we don't forget about the technical details. The family still needs that warm phone call, check-in every now and then. They still need to make sure that transportation is arranged and the kids are taken care of, and just to make sure that the hospital situation and the room is all set up. And we're very glad that we were able, Baruch Hashem, with a lot of siyata d'shmaya, to set up a very good structure where every case has their coordinator and the research team on one side and the care manager on the other side, to make sure that, and of course with the support of our financial and insurance department. And it does require a lot of focus, but Baruch Hashem, we were able to deliver this.
And who gives you chizuk? I mean, this is not an easy, because sometimes you're working really hard, you're not getting you get this new treatment, you really climb mountains, move mountains to get to the finish line, and then that doesn't work. Sometimes maybe the result doesn't work. What keeps you going?
First of all, number one, we're not in control ultimately on the outcome, but what does keep us going physically is that we, Baruch Hashem, do see great outcomes. And more often than not, we see people really doing great and coming out of this, and it gives us a lot of chizuk. And if something doesn't go right, we just pick ourselves up and we move.
You know what? I hope this is the last time that I'm seeing you in this office. I hope that between this year and next year, we really have no need for RCCS.
Amen. We're ready.
We're ready. We're ready. Okay. And now, please take a look and give a warm thanks. I give a warm thanks to the following sponsor.
Today is perfect. This moment feels right. You and your family are safe, healthy, and well provided for. So let's work together to keep things exactly that way. Let's protect those who matter most to you. And as they grow, let's grow the power of that protection. Your family deserves a lifelong relationship with a BFG associate. A direct connection with a professional whose mission is to protect you and your loved ones against the catastrophic. Together, we can get this done. Visit bfgny.com to find your family's protector.
Tov and Renegade Furniture salute RCCS. The work that you do on behalf of Klal Yisroel is simply inspiring. We consider it our mission to partner with companies that we work with from all backgrounds and help RCCS make a difference. Together we have raised over $80,000 towards cancer care. We are blessed to be your partner.
Do you have a newborn baby a father who's feeling the weight of his years? Actually, it doesn't matter. At Attending Home Care, we care for everyone, from the teeniest newborns to the wisest centenarians. Our expert nurses bring warmth and professional care right to your door, anywhere in New York City, as well as New York State. Because life doesn't come with an age limit, and neither should care. Attending Home Care, your family, our priority.
About 7 years ago, I remember doing this RCCS live here, the live drawing, and we had a guest. His name was Elimelech Adler. And he had a son that unfortunately was sick. And he shared his story. He was a part of the talent show. It was very, very memorable. And I was like flipping through old videos and I said, hey, what's going on? What's going on with him now? How are we doing? And you know what? In case you were not watching in 2018, here, take a look at what happened then.
What brings you on stage out here tonight?
Well, I'm here because I have a tremendous amount of hakaras hatov to RCCS, a tremendous amount of personal hakaras hatov.
Tell us why.
A couple of months ago, my son had gone off the camp, and he was looking forward. He was looking forward all winter. And about a week in, he calls me. He says, don't get nervous, but what the head learning Rebbe said I didn't look well, and he sent me to the nurse. And the nurse looked at me and she said that I look anemic. I'm not quite sure what that is. I said, so what do they want you to do? She said she wants me to see the doctor. And the next day, my son Michal saw the doctor, and the doctor took one look at him. He says, we got to do blood work fast. You don't look good. He says, I feel fine. I feel great. He says, yeah, but you need to get a blood test fast. And the next day they went out. It was the 4th of July. Most places were closed, but they found a place that was open. And that was on a Wednesday. Thursday morning, I got a call from the nurse. She said, Mr. Adler, I don't know how to tell you this, but your son needs to go home, and he needs to see your pediatrician immediately. This is not something we can deal with here. I said, what's going on? He says, the blood counts were not right. It's definitely not something that should be taken care of it by a camp doctor. And my heart sank, because you never want to get a call like that. So my son took a bus home. I picked him up, and we quickly went to the doctor. And the doctor, pediatrician, looks at it and she says, do you have any unexplained black and blue marks by any chance? And my son says, oh yeah, I do, here, and I was just sitting on the change, and on the side, my side over here, I have like a little black and blue mark. She says, well, considering the blood counts and considering the results, you need to see a hematologist as soon as possible. And I had this sinking feeling like this is going someplace where I'm not going to have any control. I don't know what's going to go on. I'm not sure if my son knew what a hematologist was at that time. So I quickly called my father and I said, who do we know that can help us? He says Yosef Chaim Golding, let's call him, because he was with RCCS and maybe he can guide us. And we called Yosef Chaim, and a short while later, I got a call back from someone who I only found out yesterday, told me, he says, oh, by the way, you didn't know the other half. I was about to make a Wachnach that night. And literally as we were about to start, I got the call. So I dropped everything and to look into the help you needed. He says, do me a favor. He says, send me a copy of your insurance card and the blood results. So I sent them over. And very quickly afterwards, he calls me back and says, okay, here's what you need to do. You need to go to Columbia Presbyterian Hospital now. Don't wait till tomorrow. There's a doctor waiting for you there. I said, what? I said, I don't know about an insurance. He says, don't worry about it. He says, we saw the insurance that you had. We saw the issues in the blood work. This is where you need to go, and you need to go now. When you're dealing with these type of issues, you don't go for a second opinion. Now's not the time. I didn't want to scare my son. I said, Michal, we got to take a trip to the hospital. The numbers are a little off. He says, when I get back to camp? I said, we'll see, hopefully soon. I kind of got the sense, especially when the doctor pointed out the black and blue marks, I got the sense we're going to go to the hospital and we're going to be there for a while. So, I didn't want to scare him. I said, don't bring Shabbos close with you. He ended up staying for 5 weeks. And I can tell you that because of the guidance that we got from RCCS, my son Michal Simcha ben Chanasar, got the right care from the right doctor. When you're struggling, you don't know what to do. Your whole world comes crumbling down. What am I supposed to do now? What do I know from doctors, from oncology, from blood tests, from white blood cell counts? Who knows? But it was with the Yishuv Hadas that I know that we were told to go this hospital. Now, this is what you do, this is where you need to be. That I knew we were making the right decision. And Chazdei Hashem, Michal is moving along nicely. Now, by no means are we out of the woods, but Baruch Hashem, things are moving along beautifully because of the care and the advice, the guidance that we got. And without that, I don't know what we would be doing now. We were in the hospital, and I brought a guitar with me. I found myself singing this again and again and again.
I was moved to my core by your story. I mean, it's heartbreaking, and I think anybody watching here tonight would have to have a heart of stone not to be moved enough to call in and make a contribution to RCCS.
That was amazing. I was so moved by that.
In 2018, as you can see, me, Morty Shapiro, Barry Weber, Country Yossi, Kosher Guru, we were all judges over there in 2018. And when this contestant came up, Eli Melech, as a father, it really left a big effect on me. And while I was flipping through some old stuff, I was wondering, I called up RCCS and I asked them if we can have Eli Melech come back to this show. But first I said, how is his son? But why don't we ask him right now? Eli Melech, Adler, thank you so much for coming back.
My pleasure. It's an
Thank you.
honor. Thank you.
You look exactly the same, just with a little bit of white here, just a little bit.
I guess that's inevitable, but...
And it must have been a rough road, and where are we holding now?
So yes, it certainly was a journey during the time, but Baruch Hashem, I'm thrilled to say that Michal Baruch Hashem, a little over 2 weeks ago, was able to get married. We were able to welcome to the chuppah.
Mazel tov, mazel tov. Wow,
Nice.
wow.
Beautiful.
Wow, that's amazing. That is amazing.
I even have here, because Eli Melech sent us right before the chasana. Not everybody invites us to the weddings, but he made sure that the entire staff of RCCS knew about the wedding. The invitation was shared on the staff's internal chat, and the simcha was felt by everybody. It was tremendous, and I appreciate that you shared it with us and helped us, allowed us to feel some of that simcha.
I was thinking, how do I give back, at least to the staff? What can I give? A platter of chocolate, but being able to say, look, this is a boy that was suffering, and a boy that was helped by RCCS, and all the work and all the effort that the team put in to ensure and help that he had this incredible outcome, and this being able to come out of this tzara, and being able to show Baruch Hashem, we were able to bring him to the chuppah. I figured there's no bigger simcha that I could share than that.
It must have been an emotional chasna. I can imagine it was.
It certainly was. It certainly was. But being able to, but at the same time emotional, but this sense of joy and pride and Anakar Sotev to the Eibishter for us being able to be at that moment when, it was right before the chassan. I was looking through. I wonder what was going on 6 years ago, and I looked at the Google photos because that'll show me the date, and it was almost to the day when I was singing at this event, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, look where we went from 6 years to now.
Wow. Taking a snapshot, while you were playing that song now, if you could go back into the headspace, what was going on in your head? Because you were, at the time, you were still knee deep and dealing with RCCS was really holding your hand and helping, but you were very much not out of the woods. So what was going on in your mind while you're playing guitar there?
It's a good question. As you're going through a tzara like that, and you're in these uncharted waters, you have these multiple feelings going on. On one hand, I know on my own I'm lost. I have no ability to navigate this on my own. I also know that someone's holding my hand. I also know RCCS is there to help us through this. The Eibush, the Rebbe Shalom is here for us and carrying us through this. And so there's a sense of security despite the challenge that you're going through, despite the unknown. And it was with that security, with that sense of safety and guidance that really helped us through that.
It was completely unplanned. You joined like any other contestant. I remember you telling me afterwards that you didn't plan to say your whole story. I flowed out.
Yeah, I didn't plan on saying it that way, but it just, came out that way, and I guess it was raw, it was real, and we were literally going through it at the time. Even we were past that first stage. There was still some serious.
You said his name. You were
yeah.
Emotional, and now he's a strapping young lad. You shared with me that he's.
Baruch Hashem, he's something else.
Running marathons.
He's running marathons, and with that. With his diagnosis that he had, it unfortunately led him to have a hip replacement. With the hip replacement, he still ran the New York Marathon.
You know what struck me from what you said? You said you were in the hospital. You're talking about all the pain and how hard it is and how difficult it is. And then you said, this is what I was singing, Moida Ani, just thanking Hashem. The fact that a Yid is in the hardest place, the hardest time, and he's singing Moida Ani, it's incredible.
It's interesting. Thank you. If you would have asked me to say it, it maybe wouldn't have come out the same way. But once you're singing, if I can just share the Basayan, he talks about how the oisias for the word zemer and remez are the same. And he says a mashal, is a peasant in the field, and he wants to have a shaykhs to the king. And the king is walking outside, but he feels he's so lowly he can't approach the king. So he's maramis, he makes a remez, a hint. And that hint kind of gets the attention of the king in a way that the peasant feels like he's not being inappropriate, he's not being disrespectful. In a sense, he says when we sing, it's the same way. Sometimes we feel like we can't approach the king, but a zemer, but a song, allows us to make that. You sing too?
Thank you so much for coming back. It is so nice. And please send my best to your son. I think your son was there that night. Was he there that night?
He wasn't.
Oh, he wasn't there.
But he was watching.
He was watching. Yeah, we definitely sent a message to him that night, and we're sending a message to him right now. We're a big mazel tov. This is the beginning of an amazing journey on the next chapter. And thank you so much. You have an amazing father, and it's an honor to have you here. We're about to close. We're about to close the tickets. So this is your last chance. If you have not joined in with us, over 48,000 in Klal Yisrael have joined us. You should be in this pool. Join us. We have nostalgic journey to Eretz Yisrael or Europe. We have $10,000 of Lusso jewelry or heritage silver or cash. We have $5,000 with Amazon, GC, and Prime membership. We have luxury vacation in Mexico with Aspire. That's for 2 people. We have 15-minute grab bash in Bingo.
One of the greatest people selling tickets, my coworker Moshe Nissenbaum out in Cleveland, his wife did a party. She raised $36,000. And to make sure to stick that in somewhere.
Yes,
that was
you got
my
it.
Segue.
Any other things you gotta?
Well, we'll get to the rest.
Okay, we'll get to that. Okay, so I think it's very important, and you can agree that in the hardship, sometimes more than anything, you need humor.
Yeah.
So I think, without further ado, one of my favorite Yiddish comic duos, we present to you Langsam and Feldman.
Hello, amigos. I need the 6 people. Tres people. Venga, amigos. So you work in Kapuras? No Kapuras. Moshi chicken. Moshi chicken? Yes. Chicken like... You left your family in Mexico? Yes. Oh, nice. I didn't know you from Mexico. Yeah. I have a friend in Mexico, you know? You know Chaim? Yes. He's in Mexico. Cocoon. Oh, yes. He left his family here. Where you working before?
I worked before for Harris company.
With the Harris company? Oh, so you're a good boss.
Yes, she's good boss.
She's good boss.
Yeah.
You still work over there?
Yes.
Yes, yes. So why are you looking for a job?
I'm looking for a job. She looking for a job.
She looking for a job. Where you working before? The synagogue. Synagogue. Oh, nice. For who? Oh, which synagogue? Big Rabbi. Big Rabbi. Oh, and what happened? The Rabbi, yeah, died. The Rabbi died. Oh, sorry. And no son? You know, work for the son?
They moved. The
Son
Lindon.
moved? Where?
They moved the Lindon.
Son moved to Lindon. Oh, where you working before?
Shirkadayla.
Shibigidoyle. Oh, I see, I see. Are you?
My wife is a cleaning lady. She works in a Jewish house.
Oh, so you and Koilo? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, come, let's go. Let's go, it's late. Over here. Over here. Oh, go, push, push. Push, yeah. Good, good. You. Come over here. Okay, guys.
Veilige meldung voor alle eigen problemen, krankheiten, bijtug. Om met de beste essen. Ze garantiert ze helfen. Wie de beste skills. Est technisch de gezond. Est in zijn essen wird gezet. Wow, oké.
Hallo, nee, ik kan me helfen. Wat is? Ginken doe gefährlich.
Ginken is als al. Wat is
dat? Nee, Ginken doe van vies, ik ken je schrokken.
Zeg het te gaan weg, je gaat het brengen hebben.
Oké, is goed. Here you go. Oh, scheur. Ja. Hallo, das kommt daarop? Ja, dat is even een knapper gaat die saus. Wat je deze? Is een Bosch, sag ich dir, das ist Bosch. Ja. Das macht Wochen?
Macht Wochen? Das macht Läufe.
Ich werde aber so später mitläufen. Ich weiß auch nicht, ich such dir doch. Ich habe doch keine Ahnung. Ich soll sagen, finde ich auch da. Man, maar vies. Fuß. Zijn er echt een die nekige laas met krebs.
Wat ze helft. We zullen doen. Ik weet wat te doen. Ze helft.
Jeder Mal reinschauen, fällt mir raus noch gut. Kikon, das erste, was kann ich tun von dem? Das ist gefährlich. Was ist ich?
Weißt du, was kann sein? Es kann Heb je al te wachten kan? Mansvalt, zo zeg je zelf maar meer.
Dann muss ich das einmal auch im Kopf. Zoom wir, du hast etwas von dem?
Einweg. Deze van die. Special. Deze arbeid met.
Drinkers?
Ja. Ja.
Das ist warm, das kommt heiß?
Nein, das kommt warm, das ist ein Mikrowasser. Wauw, ik ga met het over vandoor. Ze is er over vandoor. Wauw.
Ik ga over de kop maar aan. Amigo, you put the blood in the matzah already?
Yeah.
Okay, so now make the bubble. Yeah. Who's that Steve?
Also, I'm sorry for the letzte Woche 2 Jahre geschrieben. Aber ich suche die Sache helfen. It's unbelievable.
Jeder sagt, was ich gestern. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Ich mag nicht frei. Wo schlägst du an am Essen?
Die willst du gewiss für so gelegen haben?
Ja.
Bisschen hart.
No.
In a Saagfingers.
Wo ist der Tag da? So.
Ist noch ein kleiner. Ich vermisse sich das letzte Stück Zeit. Mit Schulenbais.
So, dat is die allemaal mensen.
Wie hast du das gedaan met de scanner raushelfen?
You know what? Zet zich weg. Ja, ich bin du jetzt mal professional bei wegen dem. Ja, okay, ich arbeite drauf. Okay, bye.
This is for you.
So, who's geweest met zo'n bij?
It's very simple. Oziatanas. It's this. Watermelon. Watermelon is good for Atanas.
Okay.
Ob sie schreit, it's this.
What's the
Die wischt doch op de Nose und Gai Water. Ob sie fragt dich, warum sie nehmen 2 Schumarov, verkauft die this. Und ich denk eine Sache, ob sie wird wild, gai nicht mit der Hand. Nichts ähnlich this.
Okay, in ob die Sachen arbeiten nicht.
Was ist this?
Was ist das?
Bist du gar nicht gehen Baguette?
Why do you put cocoa?
Because I make Coca-Cola, typisch.
Wieder Babus, du. Was geht vor? Wo ist die Masse, du? Können wir jetzt, wenn Spital sucht, ist anderes Panzer, und sonst du musst es hin, sie können nicht helfen. Hat er gesucht, Fahrer gegangen an das Panzer, wie ganz hat er gesucht, als du in dem Stock können wir ihm helfen. Ja, okay, so, okay, hold on.
Die ben nog.
Die bist du, die bist mit Tint, die bist du, die bist okay, begrijp.
Er will keinmal een show zoeken, het is de grootste, er will nicht rausgehen, muss seine Sachen helfen, sie mich selbst nicht normal. Rabbi say, jene Masse is leider nicht kein Joke. Cancer is not a joke. In Zahler is a große Stützer in RCCS. Please, lass mir ins Auge stützen RCCS. Jetzt, wenn du die Auction, Rabbi say, lass mir rausgehen und helfen und stützen RCCS. Und mit Wissen nur für die Fies in Geschies. Schkoich.
Van wegen die al gezien naar Pommelip. Ik ben... Oh, wel die, hallo. Is dit zo? Oh, Hashem, was machst du? Ist das Sache, was sag was?
Dann sag was, mach Hashem, mach jetzt ein bisschen Therapie und mach Hashem da. Steht auch, du bist noch offen?
Nein, vermacht.
Ich mache. Okay, von der Zeit mal weiter, okay. Wie wusste das?
Du weißt, das mal... Wo? Das mal schwuge Skar, das.
No.
Van Skamer, ik ben Mercedes is.
Asking some questions.
I don't know if you...
You start, I guess?
Yeah, I'll start. I'm Wow, thank you very much. You definitely need a laugh. It's very important to laugh, and we definitely did. Everyone in the office was on the floor there. Wow, Langsam and Feldman, thank you. And don't forget, we need to close up shop here. So if you didn't yet buy your tickets, last chance here, 877-332-2808. 877-332-2808, RCCS auction.org. My next guest is someone really amazing, and we spoke to him last year. We heard his story and his struggle, and I want to rehash that story. I want to talk about the story. He has a tremendous story. You know him. He's from the family that the Yoel name started. So if there's any Yoel walking around this neighborhood, it started in his family. Please welcome Rabbi Yossi Ashkenazi. Thank you so much for coming to RCCS. And you're also an author. I saw there's some svarim that you've written.
Actually, I printed an Eltazaida's Ksavim, and it's a whole different story, not for now.
All right, real quickly, before you get into the story, how are you related, and how does the Yoel name come from your family?
Today happened to have been the yahrzeit of Rabbi Yoel Ashkenazi, Zlochav Aruv, who is the Zayda, a namesake for the Satmar of Rabbi Yoel Teilbaum. And that's it. I'm the sixth door, Ben Achaben, and we're Mishpucha.
Wow. But you live in Flatbush.
And I live in Flatbush.
Okay. All right. We're all part of Klal Yisrael. It's amazing how everyone comes together. Your story. Let's take it from the beginning. How did your story unfold, and how did RCCS play a role?
I'm here, first of all, because of Advocacy to RCCS. It was an interesting journey a few years ago. Basically, I had difficulty breathing, sleeping at night, and it wasn't getting better. And then I discovered my mechatonim and other people, everyone's got sinus issues. Fine. I had a chaver, he had a son 2 years before, he went to Mount Sinai, and they had surgery, and he asked the organizations, and they told him this big name doctor in Mount Sinai, fine. So I made an appointment, I went down, he did a biopsy, he said, fine. A couple of hours, they'll fix me up. And after the surgery, I woke up, I can breathe again, everything great. And he told me, deeper inside there's some lesions, and we need a head and neck surgeon to go in there. It's curable, but this and that, we gotta. So I'm close, I go to the Square Rebbe. I went to the Square Rebbe, he says, don't use him. And now I call the organization one, and they also said, don't use that guy. And the Rebbe has his own organization that he does research, and Organization 1 does research. They came up with 4 doctors, 2 in Memorial Sloan Kettering, 1 in Beth Israel, another one. So I go to the Rebbe, now what? He says, you go to Beth Israel. Went to Beth Israel, that surgeon, world class, these are all world class surgeons. He says, let's do some pre-chemo, pre-surgical chemo to shrink it away. It's in the sinus area, and you'll have less surgical trauma. So I went through 3 months of chemo, basically. All my hair fell out, all the nausea, all the side effects. Been there, done that, the whole 9 yards.
Before you get into the rest of the thing, you kind of combed over it, but what was the mood like when you got that diagnosis? What were you thinking? It's like
I have a mood in bitachon in the Eibishter. That's the only way to go. The Rebbe told me I'm going to be fine. First, he scared me. I got scared from the initial situation, but the Rebbe gave me haftacha, bracha. I'm going to be fine, and this carried me through to a certain level. And surgeon, we got now my Beth Israel surgeon number 2. And he says, let's do this. Anyway, in the middle of the second cycle of chemo, from the stress and whatever, I broke out with a bleeding ulcer. A week before Pesach, a week and a half before Pesach, Hatzalah rushes me in. I have to go to their hospital. They call it Mount Sinai West. The old Roosevelt Hospital, 800 bed. People say things about certain hospitals like Maimonides. Let me tell you, this place was a bigger zoo. Baruch Hashem, I didn't see any other Eden there. But after a week, finally, a good nurse was able to get me out of there, and I got home for Pesach, 1 day before Pesach. But I had 5 transfusions of blood. I couldn't walk. And Baruch Hashem, we made a minyan in the house. We went through Pesach, and then we began the 3rd cycle. At the end, towards the end of the 3rd cycle, they're constantly monitoring PET scans, CAT scans, MRIs, all that. And then the surgeon, number 2, says to me, I don't even want to repeat everything he said, but basically, you're life or else. They're going to chop me up. It didn't do what they wanted it to do, and I was not makabel anything he's saying.
So they want to do surgery, and they said
you have to do surgery.
You must do surgery, or else.
That's not a question, but the surgery would cause permanent disfigurement problems. I should look into prosthetic devices. I said, I'm not makabel this at all. The Rebbe told me, I'll be fine, and I'm not being makabel. So I didn't know what to do. I had barely any koyach. Anyway, this was on Wednesday at the end of the 3rd cycle of the chemo. And The next day I got myself over to the Square Rebbe. The Rebbe was not happy to hear what this surgeon number 2 said. He had sent me to him. And the Rebbe said, maybe there's a Philadelphia doctor, big. The Gabba calls back, the guy's no longer around or practicing. I didn't know what to do. I went to my eye doctor. He says, Baruch Hashem, he lowered the prescription on my glasses. He says, you're fine. The eyes are good. They want to chop me up. So I didn't know what to do, and I had no koyach. On Friday, one of my sons called me up. He says, Ta, go to RCCS. I said, RCCS? I Baruch Hashem, have Medicare, have Oxford for my office. I don't need payments, Baruch Hashem. I'm okay with the medical stuff. No. They have care coordinators. They have clinical directors. I said, what? I called up on Friday. Within 10 minutes, I got connected to a Malach Hashem. They connected me to Mrs. Franklin. First person, she says, I'll hold your hand, don't worry. Maybe we'll go to Pittsburgh, maybe we'll go there. Whatever. I had called back to Organization 1. They said, maybe go back to Memorial Sloan Kettering, maybe Texas, Boston. I didn't know what to do. I had no koyach. She said, I'll download all your medical records, all your stuff. I gave her my user ID passwords from the hospital portals, whatever. I didn't know what I was going to do, what's going to be. I had no idea. We didn't know. Sunday, surgeon number 2 calls up. He wants the business. And he tells me he's going to add a neurosurgeon to the team. I said, little too late. Okay, thank you so much. I'm impressed. You're calling me on a Sunday. Anyway, just on the side, the neurosurgeon secretary called me 2 days later, Tuesday. No joke, I'm not joking. This neurosurgeon is doing charity work for the next 4 weeks, and he went to Mongolia. I'm not waiting for nobody. I didn't know what to do. And the Rebbe didn't have an eitzah at that point. Sunday night, Mrs. Franklin calls me up 9:30. Sunday night. She says, don't worry. She wants to talk it over with a Dr. Mark Cohen in Memorial Sloan Kettering. He helped her in another case 2 weeks before. I said, I don't care what you're doing. I have no koyach to deal with this. I can't. She said, fine, do what you think you want to do. I don't know. The next morning, Monday, I had a chaver that drove me to and from shul. I can barely walk. I came home, she calls me up, and I started crying. What's the matter? In the middle of the night, whatever connections RCCS has, I don't know. She had spoken to Dr. Wong, who's the chief, one of the original 4 doctors. He's the chief in Memorial Sloan Kettering that no neurosurgeon, eye surgeon, head and neck surgeon could do any surgery unless he signs off on it. Maybe for medical malpractice, I don't know. But that's, and in the middle of the night, I don't know, they were looking over all the films that she downloaded from Beth Israel and from Mount Sinai and from here and there, all my medical records. He assigned 3 surgical teams to work on me. And I felt like I came out of Yitzias Mitzrayim. The Eibishter just parted the waters. I just walk right through. That's what RCCS does. More so than the money is the care coordinators and that alone. If people would know what RCCS does, you would have to triple your staff. People don't know. It's unbelievable. That was more than any money that you can give. In any event, Baruch Hashem, it took them about another 2 weeks to line up the 3 surgical teams. 10 hours later, they took everything out, no scars, nothing. Unbelievable. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shluchi de Rachmana, unbelievable. You look at me, you don't see anything. And you wouldn't believe it if I didn't tell you, but that's what happened. And Baruch Hashem, they did a great job. Within several days, I was discharged. And Baruch Hashem, we did a little post-op radiation. I asked the Rebbe said, look, if 2 doctors say to do it, a low dose, why not? Okay. And everything was fine for about a year. And then, towards the end of the year, it came back again as a base of tongue tumor. Couldn't, had difficulty swallowing, this and that. Anyway, I went to an ENT, he said, oh, you better run to Memorial. They did biopsies. This was the day before my mezinical, my 9th child is getting married, my daughter. So I went to the chasana the next day with a big smile on my face, but I had no idea what's going to be. Again, they say, yeah, this is curable, maybe, yeah, no. Then it turns out I'm from the 5% that it's not what they thought it was, whatever, ahin and hair. This time they put me on immunotherapy. HaKadosh Baruch Hu opened up the Pesach of wisdom, that there's so many now new things that are available to help people. It's no more a death sentence, Baruch Hashem. And they put me on immunotherapy, and I'm happy to say, up to today, everything went away.
Wow. Wow.
Kamat, everything went away.
Wow.
Vada, they have to monitor. They treat it now today like a chronic condition. You have to monitor it. But and I was there in Memorial. They have these new technologies. They're talking now about having vaccines. Vaccines.
Right. Yeah, I read about that. Yeah.
They have now stem cells. They're doing in-house trials in Memorial for lung cancer, for melanoma, and they're calling it already. They're on the verge of calling it vaccines, and they want to take this technology for many of the other difficult cancers like pancreatic and other things. New hope, new things. Plus, they're discovering new immunodrugs with lesser side effects.
Yeah,
it's
amazing. And I'll tell you something, that as you were telling your story, I think it really hit a nerve with Klal Yisrael, because the numbers have been shooting up, have been really going up. We're holding it.
I just want to say, the care coordinators. I had Mrs. Franklin. She takes care of up and neck. I had no idea of the staff you have here, but I had an issue. There was one with the urology and this and that. So she referred to another care coordinator that's an expert in that field, and put me at my mind to complete rest. Baruch Hashem, it's not a problem. And then, of course, there was one time I had an issue with billing. You have a staff dedicated to help people with bill problems. I had one issue. I got a crazy bill, and the care coordinator from the billing, she called up the hospital or whatever, the billing authority. They didn't work out through my insurances properly. Everything cleared up.
Wow!
That is more than anything else.
And thank you for pointing that out. A lot of people don't realize that.
I have a friend, an associate of mine that works with me. He met a younger man, a couple. Nebuch, the wife, was diagnosed, and the feedback is as follows. The wife said, forget about the costs. The fact that there was a care coordinator that she was able to talk to and to guide her what to do, not to do, or seek out this and that, that was worth more than all the money in the world.
Yes, they really hold your hand, and I think that these are the stories. These are the stories that really touch Klal Yisrael and really affect it. So please, because of your story, we're keeping open the prizes for a little bit more, because I can tell that you're really touching a nerve. A lot of people have been donating and buying prizes, so we're keeping it open just a little bit more. Go to 877-332-2808, 877-332-2808, rccsauction.org. Thank you very much, Harav Ashkenazi. Thank you so much. And now a word from our sponsor.
Today is perfect. This moment feels right. You and your family are safe, healthy, and well provided for. So let's work together to keep things exactly that way. Let's protect those who matter most to you. And as they grow, let's grow the power of that protection. Your family deserves a lifelong relationship with a BFG associate. A direct connection with a professional whose mission is to protect you and your loved ones against the catastrophic. Together, we can get this done. Visit bfgny.com to find your family's protector.
Wherever you go, wherever you are, there's nature. At Zallers, we take that nature and nurture it. Zahler's professional team does extensive research to produce premium kosher supplements, which are of the highest quality and easier to absorb. Manufactured in a GMP and NSF certified facility, it's either the best or not Zahler's. As a third-generation company, Zahler's vitamins have personal integrity ingrained, a family mission boasting premium nutrition. In addition, Zahler's is synonymous with trusted advice to relieve common health conditions. Zahler's supplements offer nutritional solutions to improve one's health and wellness by providing free advice on our nutritional hotline at 1-877-ASK-ZAHLER and via email ask@zahlers.com.
Northwell Health, the largest and most awarded health system in the state of New York, with 21 hospitals, more than 12,000 physicians, over 19,000 nurses, 900 plus facilities, and 10 designated cancer centers, with 3 more in development, including a state-of-the-art 15-story, 200,000 square foot center in Manhattan. We believe there's a better way for a healthier tomorrow. More cancer experts, more personalized therapies, and more innovative breakthroughs with groundbreaking clinical trials. As a result, we are changing more lives for more New Yorkers with cancer than any other institution in the state. At Northwell, we are the leaders in diversity and are proud of our Heimische team, with unsurpassed collaboration and partnerships with the Yiddish community, enabling us to be a proud and steadfast partner of RCCS and together touch so many lives.
Welcome back. Right now, I am so excited to introduce our next guest. You've seen him all over the place. We have him right here, right now. Yisroel Schwarz, thanks so much for coming here.
Shalom Aleichem, nice to meet you.
The one thing, when people look at you, they don't realize, because you've done so much in your life, and we're going to get into that very shortly, but I just found out that these cards are yours. You made these Kinderspiel cards exclusively for the RCCS. It's not a joke. It looks like you made some Fleischig and Milchig ones.
That is correct. We actually produced this for RCCS, and basically it's a bunch of jokes in there. And
are there any good jokes in there?
Do you mind reading for us some jokes?
Oh, why not?
All right. So we'll do one in Yiddish and one in English. How about that?
Okay. When esst man Wassermelone? When do you eat watermelon? I don't know the answer though.
But you flip it, no?
No, actually.
Oh,
no.
you need
gotta
to
collect them cards,
Yeah.
and only whoever finds. So there's questions,
Yeah.
and there's answers. So you gotta find number 19 in one of the answers, and then you would have the.
Oh. So should we open up all the packs and try to find the
So
answers?
the red is the question, or the red's the
No.
answer?
The red is in English, and the
Blue
this
is-
one in Yiddish.
And how
The
do we
Yiddish is
know-
Milchig.
And how do we know which is Yiddish and which is?
So the red is in Yiddish.
And now how do we know which is the answers and which is the
No,
questions?
you get
Oh, you have
in ea-
questions and answers
in each
there.
one. You have 3 questions and 3 answers, and you got to collect and trade in order to
And I
find.
see here there's Zahler. Is there medicine also in here? Vitamin
This-
C for the kinder?
They sponsored probably.
sponsored.
And there's no better medicine than a smile. So
Yes,
Absolutely.
a schmeichel.
Absolutely.
that's it.
All right. So what do you think is the answer? Is there anyone that you know the answer? You remember because you wrote all these questions
no,
yourself.
honestly, if I was the English like that candy into. Why did the child put a candy under his pillow? Probably should have sweet dreams. I could imagine. I don't know exactly what.
Which number is that?
Number 13.
No.
Are there mefarshim on these?
Van was het Engel gestanden neben de spiegel met vermachte Augen? Why did the child stand in the mirror, looking in the mirror with closed eyes? I don't remember the answer, to be honest with you, but
If you know the answer, write it right below.
Right below, and also when you call in to place to make a donation, please buy some tickets or give them the answer. So Yisroel, first of all, I don't know if you know Mandy, but myself and Yisroel are actually cousins.
Of course.
We're family.
I figured.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
that was a quick
I
thing.
know you're related to a lot of people.
I'm
so-
related to a lot of people, no, but we're actually very close
We are
cousins.
cousins,
Oh, wow.
And if I remember correctly, yeah, we're going back a very long time.
correct.
This is
His grandmother and my grandfather were brothers and sisters.
Yes.
Wow.
His grandfather actually wrote my film. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. Noach. So my question is as follows. I want to get in a little bit, and I'm hoping that you'll allow us to kind of tap in a little bit, knowing a little bit about your family and about your past. I know that you lost your mother at a very young age.
Yep.
I think, if I remember correctly, it was to cancer or cancer related.
My mother passed away at the age of 31 to cancer, unfortunately, yes.
And you were how old?
I was 10 years old.
10 years old. So I remember because I've heard from my father. I've heard a lot about this. So I kind of know. So my question, the reason why I'm bringing it up is do you remember anything from back then? The way that it went down, what kind of an effect it had on you or on her while this was going on?
Of course, I remember everything. So in those days, unfortunately, there were absolutely no organizations whatsoever. Not for orphans, not for houses with difficulties and anything like that. We had absolutely, it was very extremely difficult. Don't forget, in those days weren't such a thing as today. We should not know as an outpatient. People used to go into the hospital for treatment. They were staying there for weeks, for days. In those days, in those weeks, I was without a mother in the house, and obviously without a father also. Father was to be in the hospital. So basically, going from house to house, sleeping every night. So of course, I remember everything.
So I wanted to get to that point, Aka, that there was no hell back then. There was nothing. Now I just to dig in a little deeper, and I apologize in advance.
Apologize.
I know that you lost several siblings, I believe,
I lost,
to cancer as well.
3 sisters. And this is exactly why I come to speak in behalf of Rccs. I don't know if you know, 2 days before Hanukkah in my store is the busiest time of the year. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday before Hanukkah is not a time when you give away for anyone. But for Rccs, you got to make an exception. And drive from Williamsburg to Borough Park, which is today almost as to drive from Borough Park to Muncie or to Montreal. So I had a sister. Let's particularly talk about this case because I had one sister who lived in Canada. In Canada, there's social medicine, and my sister, basically, everyone gave up on her. When I say everyone, I mean everyone, except for Rccs. And I remember when this case came to Rccs, it's not a joke, because when I look at these cards, they say Joe cards. For me, it's very emotional because my sister, when she came to Rccs saw the diagnosis, saw what the doctors wrote about her, and basically no doctor gave her a chance. All she wanted is to make it one bar mitzvah of her sons. She had 2 sons, and she wanted at least to survive for one bar mitzvah. And Rccs did not say no. They took her, got insurance for her, and covered. The good news is that she wanted to make one bar mitzvah. She actually made both.
Wow.
And how long ago was
she passed away about now 14 years ago. I think so. Yeah. And actually, she made both bar mitzvahs, and she was happy every single day. She lived every single day to the fullest. And when they called me today, and I was thinking, what? Should I say no to Rccs? When they gave a mother another day with the child, and another day with the child, and another day. Is there any payment that this could be paid? Impossible to pay it.
Right.
So it's not a joke.
It's not a joke, but just to go a little bit of a lighter note for a moment.
Before we go lighter, I just have a question while we're on that note. A lot of people look at it if someone passes away, they were not successful. So what do you have to say to the looking at it as in black and white?
Every minute of a Yid, every minute is a success. Every second is a success. I remember my mother was the last Pesach home. She passed away, the Yisroel of Pesach. She passed away. And she was home till Matzah Yom Tov. I cannot elaborate enough what that several days Just Pesach. She was still Erev Pesach in the hospital. She came home just for Pesach. What this means to me until today, my mother passed away 45 years ago. 45 years ago, I'm now 55. What this means to me till today, 45 years later, what this means to me, that she was home the last few days. So every minute counts. When it comes to a mother, a father, a sibling, there's no such a thing, no successful. And RCCS they have a siyata d'shmaya. It's very well known that tzaddikim used to say that when you go to a big doctor, comes with you a big malach. When you come to such a big organization as RCCS, come with you many, many big maluchim and many, many big schisim. And everyone that participates in such a holy organization is gewaldig.
And just to go on the topic of it's not a joke, and sometimes it is a joke. So I know that you do a lot of entertainment. Before we go into the fun part of the entertainment, you have the very famous song Menschele, which I know for me, whenever I hear the song, no matter in what setting I am, it kind of you know which song I'm talking about?
Sing it.
Yeah, we'll let him sing it because he's a little bit better in the singing part. But basically, the idea of the song, just the chorus of the song is Menschele, you came in the world and you think you're running it, but there's someone else running the ship. Which is I know that it wakes up a lot of people. You know, it kind of gives them, especially when they go through, let's call it RCCS moments in life. But if I remember correctly, there is some kind of a correlation between the song and RCCS.
So, as I was working here, I was thinking to myself, Menschele. And I was thinking to myself, I gotta sing it. Ayayay Menschele, RCCS ne machailik. Falls is Organisation so teuren so heilig. Sie helfen schon jeden nach so viele Jahren, sie haben ein Mature erklären, als für jüdische Kinder soll Griechen gegangen. Ho jede Sache, wo sei tien, ist du, hast sie de Fall. Sie mein neue Sahn für jeden, noch a bissl Zeit. A schreichen Yisroel wes nimmt a heilig der Regen, mit alle Gitte a Spur solang der Reibischter hubenen sehen, bevruche Schleime, wenn neue Madel humein. Basically a hustle from the organization.
Beautiful. Just one thing, I want to touch the joke part, because you've been a Batchen for many years.
Okay.
And I used to know a lot of your jokes by heart. One of the jobs you did was my sister's wedding, my older sister.
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember. I remember only those who didn't pay.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you got paid by that wedding or not, but and I used to listen to the cassette back then over and over and over and over again, so I knew the jokes by heart. I remember I wrote it down. But now it's also a world where Batchonim and anybody in that industry goes to hospitals to be misamech. There's two things that I want to ask you. One is a little bit on a harder note, and one is going to be a little bit on a lighter note. Going into a hospital, after everything that you went through, the fact of your mother, the fact of your three sisters, how do you do it?
I go into hospital with very big and strong and many betochen, and knowing that today the help is so much greater, so much bigger. I see so many survivors, so many success stories. When I go into the hospital today and I see patients that have so much help, that alone inspires them so much. It gives them so much strength to continue fight, to continue to be besimcha, and to continue to hope. And that's all what you need. That's all what you need.
So just to finish it off, give us one funny story you had in a hospital. One good one. One situation. That...
We've all been to the hospitals, all three of us, to be Misamayach the Chaylim, and I'm sure you have something for us.
You want to hear something very funny?
War stories.
One of the interesting stories that I went once with Michul Schnitzler, Leibud L'chaim Tov Marichem L'Shulam, with him together, Michul Schnitzler Zechayin L'Vrucha. And as he walked into the hospital, he slipped and he fell. And Michul was You know, it was big. And the patient was laughing. You know, he fell. He was a little kid. And that's all he needed, Michal. He was laughing, he was falling and falling again, just to make this child laugh. But I cannot tell you one thing. I can tell you one thing. When he walked out of there, he was hardly walking. He was in pain for a couple of weeks. But he said to me, you understand? I made a smile. I made somebody laugh.
Wow.
This is my best memory that I have from the hospital. We should all be gesund and stark. And Michal is not normal. It's Yosha. Should be with somebody from up there.
Yeah, we just had him on the show, you know, and we have him on the show right now.
We have him on the show right now.
Absolutely, no question about it.
All righty,
No
thank you so much for coming here today, taking up
Thank
the
you.
season.
Thank you, and let's hope that the Oilem is going to participate in such a holy organization. It's a privilege and a schus for everyone to participate.
And don't forget, you can still participate if you haven't yet. Get your tickets right now, and we'll be right back.
Wherever you go, wherever you are, there's nature. At Zallers, we take that nature and nurture it. Zallers' professional team does extensive research to produce premium kosher supplements, which are of the highest quality and easier to absorb. Manufactured in a GMP and NSF certified facility, it's either the best or not Zallers. As a third-generation company, Zallers vitamins have personal integrity ingrained, a family mission boasting premium nutrition. In addition, Zallers is synonymous with trusted advice to relieve common health conditions. Zallers supplements offer nutritional solutions to improve one's health and wellness by providing free advice on our nutritional hotline at 1-877-ASK-ZALLER and via email ask@zallers.com.
Yes, thank you, Zallers, a big sponsor for tonight. Thank you, BFG, a big sponsor. And thank you, a very big sponsor. Over 48,000 of Klal Yisrael have joined in to help Chayla Yisrael. Before we get to see, we're going to check in on where the total is. But before that, we have 3 prizes that don't have to do with this actual auction, but overall campaign. Here we go. We have the Code Surprise. The Code Surprise, you won a clown for a Hanukkah party, and that is Devorah Pinette from Borough Park. Congratulations.
Are you the one that's going down to the party?
If they want me to, I am at service to RCCS.
No, it says
You have the red nose?
Clown. Yes, I will do it. I will do it. Why not? And we have here the code jackpot, $1,000 of cash. Again, this is from all these different programs that went in backyards and living rooms and halls all over the different communities. So in Lakewood, the winner is Chesky Carfoil.
Yes, Chesky Carfoil, you won $1,000 in cash.
And then,
don't forget the Meiser.
Yes, don't forget the Meiser.
I'll send you my quick pay address.
Early bird special, 2 tickets to Florida. The early bird specials, again, from Lakewood. We have, who do we got?
We got Siri Goldberger from
Siri
Lakewood.
Goldberg. This is just a warm-up. The big winners are coming up very, very soon, very shortly. Let's check up on our goal right now. Let's see where we're holding. Oh my gosh! We went past our goal to
We
4
passed our
million.
goal big time.
151,000. Come on, if you're watching this, get on up. That's how we This is the first time we reached this kind of goal.
If you see Mendy earlier when we were watching the Adler video, it was at 1.9 million. That was 6 years ago. The auction was half.
Yes.
Well, just to think that in the past few hours since when I came here, right, we were not even by 4.1.
Yes.
That means what, like almost $200,000 was raised just in the past few hours.
Thanks
Wow!
to you.
Thank you, Klal Yisrael.
Did you hear the song?
Thank
Hashem
you.
Did you hear the other one that was singing in by a chasana? It was the Lashon Kodesh one. Shem is burach, tamidoi hey voisi, v'tamidi eli rak.
It has a little different.
Yeah, it has a little catch to it.
We reached the milestone, so I am gonna. There we go.
Oh wow.
Okay, let's pick the winner for the $10,000 cash prize. We have a winner on the line. I'm gonna answer here.
Sounds like they were busy there.
Hello, and thank you for calling RCCS. Who am I speaking with?
This is Rachel Greenberger.
Hi, Rachel. How you doing? This is Mendy Pellin, and I'm here together with my two best friends.
Aaron Steyer from RCCS.
And Ari Abramowitz from everywhere.
Okay.
And you've given, my intelligence tells me that you've given $1,000 for this campaign. And let's see where that is going to lead you right now. Let me just calculate everything right now. Please hold.
Hi, Mendy.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? What do you think you won? Because you won something. You're getting a phone call. What do you think you won?
Well, we're winning the call with Mendy Pellin. I remember you from YJP, Mendy.
Oh, wow. Good times.
You still do the video editing?
We still have video
Sure,
production.
You know what?
We got it all
Let's
done.
leave them alone.
Yeah.
Let's let them schmooze. So you catch up on the past couple of years.
What kind of project do you want to work on? We could work on something now.
You guys are funny.
Yes. Okay.
So
So.
what did we win?
All right.
If you think you won, press number 2.
Okay. At least you got to laugh.
If
You
you
got to
feel
laugh.
one, press
okay.
number
You
one.
gotta
I got
laugh.
some points.
It wasn't authentic enough for him to push the number, but it was.
But it was good enough. Okay, but what did you put in for? Do you know what you put in for?
No, I don't even know. I
think that number got them raffle and everything.
Like very nice and benevolent. Like give more money to RCC.
All right. Well,
Good. Would you be happy with 3 dreidels? And a donut.
I'd be very happy.
And a
I would be
donut.
happy if you can just cure cancer. That would make me very happy.
I'll tell you what, your money is definitely helping out in this world on a simple way to help RCCS to do their work. And in Shemaim, it makes such a huge difference that Be'ezat Hashem, there will be a cure very soon.
And
Amen.
you've won $10,000.
Oh my God.
$10,000.
Okay, listen, we're gonna give it right back, okay?
Oh wow!
What?
You didn't ask your husband
You're
yet.
doing very smart. Let me send you my quick pay address.
Wow.
Tiskula mitzvahs,
this
thank
is
you.
beautiful.
We want RCCS to have that money.
That's very kind. That's very, very
Wow.
kind. Tiskula mitzvahs.
Very kind of you. You should know
Wow.
that many times I was thinking that if I get a phone call like this, I'm gonna say the same thing. But I always stayed with the thought for 2 reasons. A, I would probably not end up doing it, and B, I never got the call. So I don't know which one it is.
I just
Sitting
want
here
to
in the
say,
studio, we hear the wows from the other room.
Yes, I've been doing this for over 10 years, and this is the very first time that anyone has given back cash. They've given back miles, before, but cash,
Right,
no one has
miles
ever
I'm
done
gonna
this.
get back. Those are good because miles I need for the flight. Well, I like free flights. Just to have $10,000 of cash, it's not like having free flights.
The truth is also, what do you do with cash these days? You have to find a brother-in-law that's in Koilel that he's going to take the cash, get you checks for it. It gets so complicated with cash.
Where do you live, by the way?
I don't know. The way Mendy's talking, it sounds like we're being recorded on some radio show, but I wanted to say one thing. RCCS has personally helped our family and is currently helping our family, and we gave a donation not to get anything back. We gave a donation because you guys really do the most incredible work. I cannot tell you what you've done in the last year for our extended family.
Right,
So,
with dignity and sensitivity.
Amazing.
Taking care of every little thing on Yom Tov, going in, out, the car service, and me. We know they're running late, like beyond. So
Yeah.
please take the money and help so many more people that need, and that's it.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow. Well,
Wow.
we just jumped it up by $10,000 thanks to you. We just jumped it up the pot for the $10,000. And it
Good.
sounds like you are amazing angels, and you should get all the brachas and all the refuah from everyone you know possible. And we should be celebrating in your Yerushalayim next year with your healthy friends and family.
Tiskula mitzvahs. Aaron Steyer from RCCS. Thank you.
Continue your great, amazing work, guys. Really incredible work.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Take care.
And,
wow.
and we have another winner for the VIP Dream.
VIP Dream.
What is the VIP
The
Dream?
VIP
Taka?
Dream is
With Mefarshim.
there
Let's
are
go.
20 lucky families win a fast pass. You know how it goes. You ever went to the amusement park and there's now
get to skip
you
the
know
line.
usually when I go it's like usually
Oh.
hold on, the winner's on the line.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, is this a prank?
This is RCCS. Please hold for the live auction.
If you think you have won, press 1.
Oh, they're going to record you.
What?
This is on a recorded line.
For English, press 2.
Yiddish.
For Yiddish, press 3.
Druk draai.
I don't want 3.
Agentur, ihr habt geriefen RCCS. Mit was kann man noch helfen?
I pressed 2.
Hi,
think I
you've
want
reached
something.
RCCS. We are actually
Espanol.
we're calling right now from the live auction at RCCS. My name is
I'm
Ari
going to see
Abramowitz.
you.
Yes, and my name
Honey,
is
are you
Mendy
pranking me?
Pellin.
It's not a prank.
No, this is not a prank. You are a winner for the RCCS auction.
Yeah.
You're live on the show. Hello. Let's.
I don't believe you.
Well,
Yes.
you're gonna have to find out. Tune in.
Did you
put
put
it
in
on
tickets?
rcsauction.org or call in right now and you'll hear yourself.
Did you put in tickets for the auction?
Of course. I gave all my life savings for you guys.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
What?
Well, you have given life to many, many Chayil Yisrael as well. And right now, Hashem is giving you a little bit of a treat in return by making you win this prize. You've won, but it's called the VIP Dream. It is a fast pass to the amusement park, snow tubing, or...
It's for 20 lucky families.
Yeah, so you win, I believe it's an American Dream, a fast pass. So you and your family will be able to go to American Dream and have an amazing time there.
Yes. You get to skip the lines.
Wow.
Tiskala Mitzvahs, thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Where are you guys? What city are you from?
Who is pranking me? Who's doing this?
Can you imagine being pranked by RCCS?
RCCS.
We don't play games here. It's no joke.
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke.
Yeah, if this was a prank, we might do a mix. If this was a prank, then we would do like $1 million. Not a VIP Dream. It's too detailed for a prank, I think.
Also, it's not a joke.
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke.
But thank you so much for putting in. Thank you so much for supporting RCCS. And
thank you for answering the phone.
We will call you back in order to get
Do
your
you make
details
your own
to get the prize.
latkes? Do you make your own latkes, heimische latkes for Hanukkah?
What's happening?
All right, here we
You
go.
make your own
And
heimische
we
latkes.
got another winner here.
What did they win?
All right, hang on. Let me get this.
What did they win?
RCCS, how can I help you?
You guys just called me.
Oh, how you doing? How's it going? Did you?
Good.
We're just trying to get your information here. You put in some tickets for the raffle.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we got the right zip code on this paper. We're not. I can't really read it. What's your zip code?
07666.
Okay. All righty. And what do you remember? What prize is?
Is that Jackson?
What prize did you put in for?
I put in all of them, I think.
Oh, you put in for all of. Which one are you really going for? I just want to make sure that we put it in there.
I don't know.
Because I really want you to win. You know what I'm saying? I want to make this happen for you. So give me one prize that you really want. I'm going to put your ticket on the top of the pile.
And pick from the top.
I don't know.
You don't know. Well, I'll tell you something. You've won the Nostalgic Journey, $12,000 value, where you can go to Eretz Yisrael for 2 or Europe.
Thank you so much. Tiskala Mitzvahs.
That is amazing.
Congratulations. And you've done the biggest prize of helping so many of Klal Yisrael, so many Chayil Yisrael. Where are you going to go? Where do you think you're going to go? To Eretz Yisrael or to Europe?
Probably both.
That's
Get a
not
stopover.
That is not the prize.
But that is not a bad idea.
Yeah,
either.
maybe she could
It
get
is a
one.
very good idea.
One to Europe and one to Eretz Yisrael.
Send one to Europe and one to Eretz Yisrael.
Yeah, your
Yes.
husband will go to Eretz Yisrael. You'll go to Europe. How about that?
Yeah, well,
Very
in that
cool.
case, then I assume we're talking more like Paris, not Hungary.
Yeah.
Why did you
Very
decide to
cool,
donate to
very-
RCCS?
Because it's an amazing organization. Honestly, it's like incredible. Actually, just recently, you guys, I've been donating to you guys for like almost 20 something years,
Wow.
maybe more. When a friend of mine was sick, you guys helped, but most recently, my sister's very not well, and you guys helped her out so much.
Wow.
So I will again give you, and I always recommend everyone to give you, and it's really an amazing organization. But it's pretty cool that I won too. It's so fun.
Wow.
That's
Well,
amazing.
you are a winner.
Thank you very,
so
very much. Yeah, this
Enjoy
is
your
good.
trip. Bon voyage.
And
we're gonna-
the office will be in
Thank
touch
you,
with you,
thank
Mr.
you.
Shem.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right, we're trying to get a hold of the grand prize
just
winner
quickly-
right now.
let's-
We're trying
let's
to
do
call
some
that,
thank
but
yous very quickly.
while we're waiting, give us some shout outs.
The force of this campaign, the RCCS Women of Wonder, the WOW members who stood up for Chilei Yisrael, close to 2,000 hostesses from across the globe, Florida, Chicago, New York, New Jersey, Linden, Cleveland, Baltimore. Linden is New Jersey. Baltimore, Texas, Eretz Yisrael, Minneapolis, Connecticut, Rochester, Canada, Detroit, Los Angeles, Georgia, and many more. We did ask a certain special person whose first initial is N and his last initial starts with an O, from a certain Omni group, if he'd come on, because we want to give a shout out to his daughter, Chaya Roizi Orenstein, but he's such a tzaddik, he doesn't want anybody to see him publicly, so he's going to kill us later. But Chaya Roizi is the youngest raiser in the entire campaign, and she raised $19,000, so she deserves a very special shout out. No question about it. All this, the coordinators who coordinate these 2,000 parties, Chana Esther Gutman, Esti Heskel, Chani Friedman, Sarla Silberman, Chana Malki Sinai, Miriam Bleich, Esti Waldman, Fagi Kalmanowitz, Murray Pfefferkorn, Henny Waringarten, Chayla Alt, Freddie Osina, Rachel Fishman, Aliza Zeltzer, Miriam Weiss, Chumi Hirschkowitz, Shandy Farkas, Ruchi Goldberg, and from Israel, Nuchi Rosenbaum and Esti Lefkowitz, who raised $50,000. The head staff, Mrs. Chaya Schlisselfeld, Ricky Banda, Brandy Farkas, Gitti Oberlander, and Gitti Friedman. The financial committee is Shimi Schlisselfeld, Mrs. Schlisselfeld's husband, and Yerli Wieder, who look over every expense before it goes out. The brains behind the campaign, Yossi Blumenfeld and the GCNY team, Tzvi Spitzer of Stellar Productions, Yankee Deutsch and Yossi Klein of Click and Market, Naftali Sofer of Mailway, Shlomi Steinmetz, who's in our ear, and the Pivot team, and of course Nachum Orenstein, who we mentioned before, BFG, Protection for Life, Insurance and Disability Insurance, RCCS thanks BFG associates who are out there every day protecting the families in our community. They're there when disaster strikes. The heart is in their mission to help you and avoid heartache as they strive to protect. Our support is Ari Grumwald from Renegade and Tow Furniture, Moshe and Lisa Scotchless, Shimi Chaya Schlisselfeld again, and it looks like we're getting a phone call right now that we must pay attention to.
The grandpa,
we have to
did
also
you
know
say,
how much
did
they
you give a
want.
shout out to, you gave a
Yeah.
shout out to Nicky Rosenbaum
I did.
and Esti
I said
Lefkowitz
from
from
Eretz
Eretz
And
Yisrael.
by the
Yisrael.
way,
Okay.
you should really
Make
think
sure.
to become a Gabba in the
A
show.
Gavin Shul. No
That's very
question.
good.
You're great.
This
You're doing
Aliyah is
amazing.
brought
I made
to
a
you
joke
by
in my shul. I said, "How many? We have a lot of gabayim." I said, "How many gabayim does it take to get an aliyah in shul?" I don't know. I'll let you know when I get one.
Yeah, but this aliyah is brought to you by, this is actually a good one.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
should use it sometime.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. All right, we have the
Yeah,
grand
but
prize
we need to know also
winner,
how much money.
which is
How much?
$18,000. $18,000. Here we go.
Brangzu.
You're gonna start with this in Yiddish. Here we go.
Hello, I get Novent, Mariv du von RCCS.
Ja,
Mit wem rede ich?
Frau Volkwitz.
Aber warum I get hier, was macht man?
Baruch Hashem.
So, ins rief man du von der RCCS Live Auction. Und so, man gewollt wissen, ihr habt herangelegt in de Geurules etliche Tickets, correct? Hallo?
Ich denke schon, ich werde Ticket in der Mal kennen,
Okay.
ja.
Auch het, aber
Ik vind het echt
fahrens gaan we water, maar gewollt fragen, sie will kaufen neue car insurance. Mein Name ist Ari Abramowitsch, ich sitze du jetzt live zusammen mit noch etliche Jiden in Zrief mir de glückliche Gewinners.
This call is being monitored and recorded for quality assurance purposes.
is hat gewonnen eine von den Prizes. Was ich meine, dass du sollst dich heraussetzen vor dem.
Yeah, you have a chair? Hast du ein Bänkel?
Sie macht schon zu schwer und sie verdreht.
Ich mache es gut nicht schwer und gut nicht verdreht, sollte bald alles gut werden.
Find the chair,
Yeah,
find the chair.
Weil
Or hold on to the nearest counter.
Die bist bereit? Die suchen mir, wenn die bist bereit. Die bist ready. Okay.
Ich bin bereit.
Alright. So, die hast gewonnen. Na, Julile, von dem sind wir ins Du. Die hast gewonnen. Der Emes ist, als du willst sehen, it's okay. Ich kann treffen am zweiten. Aber, ga sie schon. Die ist gewonnen.
Ja, treffen am zweiten, zu spät. Das war treffen Turks.
Oh, you're not gonna say that in 2 minutes.
Ich nicht aufhalten, weil die ist gewonnen. The Grand Prize, die ist daran gelegt in the Grand Prize und die ist gewonnen. $18,000.
$80,000. Wow, Grand Prize winner, Baruch Hashem.
Die hast schon Zeit, was?
Speechless.
Hello?
In der Attacke gewonnen, sagst du?
Ja, die ist gewonnen $18,000. Ich rief dich jetzt durch live in der Auction. Und die ist gewonnen 18 Alofim auf der RCCS Auction.
Ich bin sehr freilich.
Baruch Hashem, ich bin... Lass mich dir fragen, Koim Kol, als auch was mit 13 Fragen für Menschen ist, was hat er gemacht, geben Geld für RCCS?
Ich glaube, eines Mal nun, das dann mir geholt.
Oh, sei gut. Noch ein Kasche habe ich mich fragen, was planst du zu tun mit 18 Alofim?
Goeie, ich weggelenkt zu kaufen Haus.
Gewaltig. So sein a gitte Yishuv.
He's gonna buy a house.
So sein a gitte Yishuv.
Where could you buy the house for $18,000? In Monroe cost the house $18,000?
He said, put it away.
I understand.
All right.
Hiskele mitzvahs, thank you. $18,000 winner.
We're gonna send somebody with a suitcase to your house.
Ich bin du, ich bin mit dir.
Wieso
So, eine von der Office, hat dich herausreached zu dich mit den Griefen und mit übergehen alle Details mit der Mädchen.
And the real winners tonight are you, Klal Yisrael, Yisrael. These are the real winners.
A lot of people watching have no idea what just happened. You're speaking Yiddish.
Let's translate. Let's translate. What's just happened in
Hello.
English? Yes. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, so we just let you know that you won $18,000. So we called the guy.
I'm so happy inside.
Yes,
right
that's basically what it sounds
really
like.
Thrilled.
And when I asked him why he gave money for RCCS, and this is amazing, by the way, I asked him why he gave money for RCCS, and he says because someone reached out to him.
There you go.
There are people that have personal stories, and simply because someone. These are the names that you mentioned before. Simply because someone reached out to him. Hello, would you want to give? And he said yes. So maybe there are people that, think to themselves, well, how can I help? I don't have the money to help, so fine. So make a few phone calls.
There you go.
Yes. The RCCS Army is the strongest army in the fundraising world that I know of. Over 48,000. We broke a record tonight thanks to you.
4.255. That's without adding the 10.
Be a winner. You are a winner whether you won or not tonight. And please finish off giving us...
Absolutely.
Give a thank you to those who deserve it.
Tremendous army behind it. Thousands of volunteers. If we miss anybody, be Michael, but we need to make sure that people are recognized. Our corporate sponsors, Zal Nutrition, MGI Insurance, Attending Home Care, Lulu Clothing, Mount Sinai, Road to Recovery, and La Plume. I also need to thank the Rebecca Cohn, our founder, who we saw earlier, and his wife, the RCCS Executive Board, Rebelli Cohn, Rabbi Yerli Bernath, Reb Zamalai Horowitz, Rabbi Yitzchak Meisels, our CMO, Reb Chaim Rapfogel, and a shout out to the RCCS staff from the financial to the medical department and anywhere in between. Special shout out to Mrs. Esti Cohn and her husband Shia, who are the power and engine behind the entire show, who
and earlier
their kids made sure we omitted some of the thank yous to them because Baruch Hashem they're anavim in addition to being tzaddikim. And we have to thank Shmuel Gansfried, Shmeli Würzberger, Mrs. Eisdorfer, Mrs. Joseph, Mrs. Goldberger, Mrs. Posner, the entire data entry team, led by Mrs. Yenta Ruchi Fisher. I think that was actually a mistake. Mrs. Yenta Ruchi Fisher, the volunteers who took phone calls the last few weeks, the drivers, the incredible staff of the fundraising departments, and all the wonderful people in Klal Yisrael who put themselves out there to support RCCS. Afreiliche Chanukah. Thank you so much. Hopefully we don't have to be here next year again, but if we do, we will continue to be there for Klal Yisrael. Good night.
Good night. Thank you for watching. Good night.
I